Spoštovani udeleženci.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the International Online Conference, Human Rights for All Ages, Promoting a Life Course Perspective and Intergenerational Cooperation to Combat Ageism, organized by Slovenia, currently presiding to the Council of the EU, in cooperation with the Age Platform Europe and the Slovenian Federation of Pensioners Association. Before we go into technical details of this conference, let me say a few words regarding the content. The longer lifespan allows numerous opportunities for the individuals and the society, but opens up new challenges as well. This is why the EU and the United Nations want to seize the advantages of longevity, and they are calling for a coherent and comprehensive life course perspective based on the inclusion of older people and their rights. The aim of these efforts is to ensure a just and sustainable society while allowing everyone to seize and fully enjoy their potentials. Slovenia is currently presiding to the Council of the European Union, and within the trio of presidency, we adopted in December 2020 the Declaration on Aging. We are fully in line and promote the life course perspective and the right-based approach to aging. The life course perspective is assisting to the understanding that aging begins with our birth and that discrimination on the basis of age is hampering equal enjoyment of human rights in all ages. This is why this conference will focus on aging, its harmful consequences on older persons and other generations, and the interconnection with the rights of older persons. We will also see how this life course perspective can affect the attitude towards ageism. And we will also talk about the influence of intergenerational cooperation and activities on ageism. But before we go on into more concrete topics and the introductory remarks, I need to say a few words from the technical perspective. This conference is being interpreted into English and Slovenian. At the bottom of the screen, you see a button with interpretations. When you press this button, a drop-down menu will open up with available languages, English or Slovenian. The questions can be asked also in the chat box on the right side of the screen. The conference is also being recorded, and parts of the conference will also be streamed or published later on. And thank you for accepting this fact as well. We will make sure to answer all your questions, but of course we do have a time limit. So of course, we cannot hold the debates for too long. So we ask for your apologies if any of the questions remain unanswered. We would kindly ask all the speakers to stay in line within the time frame, also to show respect towards other participants. So let us begin with this conference. A warm welcome to you all. First of all, I would like to invite to the floor the host, Slovenian Minister of Family, Labor, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunity, Minister Janez Cigler Kralj. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning to all to this very important conference. Madam Vice President, Madam Commissioner Dalli, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be welcome to extend this warm welcome to the conference of the Slovenian presidency on tackling ageism and exercising human rights in all ages. Since the very beginning of my mandate at the ministry, my activities have focused on three main priorities, and one of them are older people and the related issues of aging population. This pressing problem of acute demographic changes has been for decades a hot topic for the United Nations and other international organizations, the European Commission, member states, social partners, and the civil society. In the past 20 years, some progress has been achieved, but a lot more work lies ahead. The current presidency trio is well aware of this. Germany, Portugal, and Slovenia. By adopting the Trio Declaration on Ageism, we pledged, among others, to support the full exercise of human rights of older people, mainstreaming the aging population in all relevant policies, and to the promotion of life course perspective to aging. Facing demographic challenges as they are defined in the EU Green Paper on Aging has been high on the political agenda of the Slovenian presidency in the field of employment, social policy and equal opportunities. The presidency advocates the life course approach and perspective to aging and care for all generations. During our previous discussions in conferences of the presidency, we focused on the creation of equal opportunities for all, for every child, and for ensuring sustainable work throughout the life cycle of every individual. Today, we will focus more on the needs of older people. In fact, these needs are constantly changing through time and space. In the past, the basic needs, like food, accommodation, housing and care were at the forefront. Now we focus more on active and healthy aging, and more emphasis is given to ensuring full participation of older persons in the society. This also means seeing and hearing the voice of older and acknowledging them as full-fledged individuals and groups. This is why it is no surprise that this conference is focused on ageism. This refers to the stereotypes, biases, or even deliberate discrimination on the basis of age. Ageism has long been among us, but oftentimes we turn a blind eye or it goes unnoticed. The World Health Organization, in its global report on ageism, establishes that ageism has a long-term effect on human health, well-being, and human rights as well. Ageism is also connected to a shorter lifespan, to poorer mental and physical health. Ageism lowers the quality of life. It increases social isolation and loneliness. What's more, due to ageism, older persons oftentimes start believing themselves that they must act as described in the stereotypes. Older persons lose their individual traits due to ageism and become invisible members, or they become elderly, as they are oftentimes unjustly called. There are several ways of overcoming or fighting ageism. During this conference, we will focus on two of them: the promotion of life course perspective and the enhancing of intergenerational cooperation. By focusing on life course perspective, we want to emphasize that old age and aging are not synonymous. Aging is a natural process that begins at birth, and old age is only one of the periods in the life of every individual. The life course perspective is trying to teach us that all life ages are interconnected, that generations are interconnected, and that every generation should not be monitored or dealt with separately. We need to invest in human capital since birth. This is one of the key messages of the Slovenian presidency in dealing with demographic challenges. The second approach is the intergenerational cooperation, so the ties between generations in different fields of everyday life. This is in line with the findings of the Global Report on Ageism as an excellent way to overcoming ageism, because only through concrete cooperation we are able to learn about other generations and understand them better. This whole day conference is unfortunately not enough to touch on all areas that are crucial for ensuring the rights of older persons and overcoming ageism. This is why we decided to focus only on a few of them. But I am looking forward to the discussions that will be held today between you experts that have wide and vast knowledge and experience. You can shed light on this topic and 5 ways to overcoming ageism. We will also touch on the consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic on older persons. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants in this conference, this event has been organized in close cooperation with the Age Platform Europe and the Slovenian Federation of Pensioners Association, the Slovenian NGO of older persons. I would like to thank both organizations sincerely for their excellent work in preparing the conference. I would also like to thank all the speakers and panelists that will share the knowledge today and experience. I'm convinced that by the end of the day, we will all understand better other generations and older persons. And I'm mostly looking forward to your concrete proposals to improve policies to shape a kind and inclusive society for all age groups. I think that together we can do better. Thank you.
Hvala ministru za
Thank you, Minister, for your words. We also would like to extend a very warm welcome to our next speaker, Vice President of the European Commission, Ms. Šuica, European Commissioner for Democracy, Demographic Issues. And we know that these issues are crucial for the future of Europe. And this is why we are looking forward to your introductory remarks. Please, the floor is yours.
Hvala, Katarina. Dragi ministre, poštovani ministre, dear minister, ladies and gentlemen. The stated aim of the European Union is to promote peace and the well-being of its peoples in a manner that it is consistent with its well-known set of values. Discrimination of any kind clearly has no place in our society. Article 3, paragraph 3 of the Lisbon Treaty is worth quoting. The European Union shall combat social exclusion and discrimination and shall promote social justice and protection, equality between women and men, solidarity between generations, and protection of the rights of the child. This can be considered to be the legal basis and indeed the rationale upon which my portfolio on democracy and demography is built. Article 21 of the European Union Charter of Fundamental Rights also prohibits discrimination, including based on age. As you said, Minister, from the moment we are born, we are aging. From the moment we are born, we inherit a universal set of human rights that accompany us as we navigate through our entire life cycle. It is essential that we foster understanding, solidarity, and of course, responsibility between generations, and that we combat discrimination against any age group. By building a constructive narrative around demographic change and aging in particular, we are reinforcing our communities and our democracy, making them fit for the future. Wherever ageism is present, be it in school, the workplace, or the media, then each one of us is harmed. Our communities, our society, our democracy are weakened by the lack of compassion and respect that discrimination brings with it. Democracy and demography do not exist in a vacuum. They interact and are cross-cutting. People often talk about the two fundamental transformations that the European Union is currently going through, the green and digital transition. But there is a third one, demographic change. It is so significant that this European Commission is the first one to dedicate a portfolio to the subject of demography. Addressing demographic change is key to building a fairer and more resilient society. Building on the report on the impact of demographic change that was adopted last year, we are taking tangible steps towards a European Union for all ages. Of course, we must not lose sight of a remarkable development. Never before have so many Europeans been enjoying such long and healthy lives. The fact that we are living longer, healthier lives is also indicative of the success and strength of our social market economy. This good news brings with it a variety of challenges and opportunities which we need to consider to ensure that we are well prepared to tackle the changes that this will bring to our society and our economy. The debate launched by our Green Paper on Aging contributes to this process. The Green Paper on Aging, which was published 10 months ago, opened a broad debate on how to address the impacts of demographic change. It takes a life cycle approach that shows the impact of aging on all generations and stages in life. We must remember that aging is not just for the elderly. Each one of us, including young people, is impacted by the prospect of living a longer life. A recent report by the World Health Organization notes that in Europe, 1 in 3 people have been a target of ageism. Younger people report more age discrimination than other age groups. It is important, therefore, that we strengthen solidarity between the generations and strike the right balance between sustainable solutions for our welfare systems. For example, we need to consider carefully the redistribution and fairness of the reforms of social protection and pension systems across generations as well as across socio-economic groups and genders. We have been analyzing the input received as part of the public consultation on the Green Paper. Respondents called for the modernization of social protection system, including intergenerational social contracts that support equality, inclusivity, and social justice between generations. They encourage the European Union to address the gender pay and pension gaps by promoting gender equality in the labor market, including the social and economic recognition of informal care and housework. The respondents also called on the European Union to support member states in transitioning towards integrated, person-centered, and community-based healthcare and long-term care. As a result of the demographic change that I referred to earlier, the number of people who are likely to be in need of long-term care in the European Union is projected to rise substantially, from just over 30 million in 2019 to almost 40 million in 2050. This will lead to a drastic increase in demand for long-term care services. So, as one of the first follow-ups to our work on aging on 15 September, our President von der Leyen announced that the Commission will come forward with a new European care strategy to support both men and women in finding the best care and best life balance for them. This shows our commitment to support those in need of care as well as those who provide it. We cannot have a robust care strategy without looking at both in equal measure. For example, women are overrepresented as care providers. Of the 6.5 million people currently employed in this sector, 90% are women. Women also provide the bulk of informal care. Therefore, next to an initiative on long-term care, the European care strategy will include the revision of the Barcelona targets on early childhood education and care. With this, we aim to further enhance women's labor market participation. We also want to encourage increased take-up among member states in the participation of children in early childhood education and care. This provides much-needed support to families. Care covers everyone, from the very young to the older members of our society, because at some stage in our lives, indeed from the day we are born, we need someone to care for us. Those care needs may change throughout our lives. That is why we address all generations in our care strategy. When you really care, ageism and discrimination against any age group from the youngest to the oldest is not an option. Intergenerational solidarity is expressed in many ways. Let us take the example of volunteering, which is a precious activity that we can all enjoy, whether we are the volunteer or the recipient of the volunteering. I have fond memories of volunteering myself when I cleaned beaches in Dubrovnik with university students and secondary school pupils. Such activities highlight the values intrinsic to volunteering: cohesion, inclusion, solidarity of all kinds, including intergenerational solidarity. We can learn a lot from each other, and the exchange between generations is one that ebbs and flows in both directions so that everyone benefits from it. And to conclude, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Minister, the Commission regularly monitors the implementation of the Union's anti-discrimination law. The Commission also raises awareness of the rights and obligations contained in our anti-discrimination law by supporting related studies, training, and projects. We support Equinet, the umbrella organization of national equality bodies who work on age-related discrimination. But we cannot let our guard down. As I said, building a constructive narrative around demographic change and aging in particular reinforces our communities, our society, and our democracy, making them fit for purpose. A life cycle approach and the solidarity, responsibility, and cooperation between generations are essential for this work. It has been my pleasure to share with you our thoughts on demography in general and aging and human rights in particular. Before I conclude, I hope that this conference will be uploaded on our multilingual digital platform on the Conference on the Future of Europe, because then all the conclusions from this conference will be taken into account while analyzing our multilingual digital platform and while drafting our conclusions. I wish you interesting and inspiring exchange during today's conference. Thank you very much.
Hvala, gospa podpredsednica.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I've already mentioned in the introduction, as was already mentioned by the Minister as well, that this conference has been organized also by the Age Platform Europe and the Slovenian Federation of Pensioners Association. We will now give the floor to both organizations. First of all, to Mr. Ebbe Johansen, Chair of the Age Platform Europe. For 20 years, this organization has connected interest association from the entire Europe, and your voice has been strengthened in societal discussions and also in shaping policies. This is why we're looking forward to your words, and of course, congratulations upon your anniversary. Mr. Johansen, the floor is yours. Let me also mention that after your introduction, we will also see a short video. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear Minister, dear Commission Vice President, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to open with you the joint conference, which brings together the forces of the Slovenian presidency and us, the older people, and civil society here in Slovenia and across Europe to combat ageism through the life course perspective of intergenerational cooperation. Let's hope that today's debate will inspire all of us on how to make our societies inclusive for all age groups. But first, we congratulate the EU trio of Germany, Portugal, and Slovenia for the commitment to ensure equality, autonomy, and participation of older people. Your joint declaration on active aging in December 2020 was ambitious in calling for aging policies to be right-based and coordinated with other policies to integrate a life course perspective and to value the contribution of older people. Today's conference builds on these concrete commitments. Similarly, we applaud the European Commission for the steps it has taken to address demographic aging. The Green Paper on Aging was a most needed step in this direction, and we hope that it will be followed by concrete actions that the Commission will undertake as part of your ambition to build a union of equality. As older people represent a growing share of EU population, we are ready to participate in rebuilding from the pandemic with you as national governments and European institutions. Our experience, skills, and human potential must be used to shape more equal, inclusive, and prosperous future for people of all ages. Yet stereotypes, how we think, prejudices, how we feel, and discrimination, how we act, directed toward older people are still common in our societies. Ageism gets in the way of living our lives to the fullest and our desire to contribute to our societies. This is why we must accelerate efforts to combat it. I hope that today's conference will bring further ideas on how to do in practice that we all as policymakers, researchers, practitioners, and citizens can do collectively and individually. Adopting a life course perspective must guide our way forward. It can help change the way we think about age and adopt solutions that support people to facilitate inclusion across lifespan. It also allows us to recognize the vast diversity of the older population, and in doing so, we link the generation, strengthening solidarity between young and old. We need to invest in intergenerational cooperation and educational interventions as the best way to reduce stereotypes, prejudices, and age discrimination. As shown in UN Global Report, intergenerational solidarity is a powerful weapon against ageism. Over the past 2 decades, AIDS Platform Europe has grown steadily, bringing together associations from all over Europe that represent older people and those who work on aging. Our unified voice has been reflected in social debates and shaped policies. In celebrating our 20th anniversary this year, we encourage governments to lead with older people and champion human rights for all ages. It's my privilege to thank all of you, older people, our members, as well as our allies and friends among policymakers, researchers, and private sector, and other civil society organizations who since 2001 have all contributed individually and collectively to the implementation of age vision, our vision of an equal society for all ages. Thank you all, and let's keep this commitment alive. Thank you.
Hvala, gospod Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Johansson. And now the floor goes to Mr. Janez Sušnik, Chair of the Slovenian Federation of Pensioners Association of Slovenia. You have always invited young people to your activities, and we are looking forward to your experience and your introductory remarks. Please, the floor is yours.
Malce bomo še počakali.
Apparently, we have to wait a bit for Mr. Sušnik. First, we need to see the video prepared by the Age Europe platform. For a minute, please, Mr. Sušnik, hold on with your introductory remark.
Torej zelo poveden video. No, zdaj...
Very illustrative video, thank you. And now the floor goes to Mr. Janez Sušnik. Please, we're looking forward to your experience and your introductory remark. The floor is yours.
Dobar dan.
Good morning. Minister Janez Cigler Kralj, Vice President of the European Commission, Ms. Dubravka Šuica, President of Age, Ebbe Johansson, distinguished speakers, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome you on behalf of the Slovenian Federation of Pensioner Associations, the co-organizer of this conference. Our federation has almost 500 member associations with almost 200,000 members across Slovenia active in everyday life. The adopted documents in the field of social issues and human rights in the international community are also our starting point and the basis. This is why we welcome and support the orientation of Slovenia as the presiding country of the Council of the European Union. In December 2020, Slovenia, within the trio of presidency, adopted the Declaration on Aging. The declaration is committed to respecting the life course and the right-based approach to aging. In this way, the society is raising the awareness that aging begins at birth, and that age discrimination has a deep effect on the equal enjoyment of human rights in all stages of life. Ageism, which is the main topic today, unlike other forms of prejudice, affects us all. Most of us want to age in harmony with other generations. At the same time, however, it seems that we somehow reject old age. We discriminate against old age and old people. But human beings, however, have always been and will remain biopsychosocial beings. So what pushes ageism? Where does it occur? What are its negative effects? How and in what way can we prevent the negative treatment of older people? And why do we deny the issues of our own aging? I am convinced that this conference will provide us with answers to these questions, questions that concern not only the Slovenian society, but all modern societies. When the active aging strategy was being drafted in Slovenia, the Slovenian Federation of Pensioners Association was already thinking about the necessary cooperation between different generations. We invited young people to participate, and we established an intergenerational coalition of Slovenia. In addition to our association, this coalition includes the Youth Council of Slovenia, the Student and the Secondary School Student Organization of Slovenia. Together, we advocate and address common messages to decision makers, and our voice has already been heard. As an individual ages, the consequences of past discrimination and inclusion accumulate. The life course perspective, however, can change the way we perceive age. The life course perspective recognizes that the experiences of the past and the present are the result of our own decisions, as well as the wider social and economic circumstances. According to this, policies should be based on measures to remove barriers that make it more difficult for older people to have a position in the society in different stages of their life. In modern society, there is less contact between generations, less and less. However, we still come across families or communities where there are 3 or 4 generations living together. The message of these families is invaluable because it is very important to prevent the spread of intergenerational conflicts, the lack of solidarity, and the possible spread of ageism. Our experiences from the COVID-19 epidemic show that it is possible to use the potential of intergenerational cooperation as well as protect human rights. The common work of young and old volunteers in care and maintaining social contacts with lonely older people is a very good example, very good practice, showing how we can work together and care for the vulnerable groups. The exchange and upgrading of knowledge and experience allows us all to follow the developments, especially in times of increasing digitalization, which require more and more skills and knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, due to other obligations, our association, our federation will be represented by Vice President and other members of our federation, and I wish you all a very fruitful debate. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala, gospod
Thank you very much, Mr. Sushnik, for your kind words. And we are also looking forward to the next minutes because we are joined by the representatives of the current presidency trio that will share the achievements of their countries, presiding countries. Mr. Matthias von Schwanenflügel, Director General of the German Federal Ministry of Family Affairs, Older Citizens, Women and Youth, and Mr. Edmundo Martinho, expert and coordinator for aging. Please, Mr. Schwanenflügel, wait a minute. So we are also joined by Mr. Edmundo Martinho, expert and coordinator for aging from the Portuguese Ministry of Labour, Solidarity and Social Security, and also chair of the Permanent Working Group for Aging with the Economic Commission of the United Nations and ombudsman with the Lisbon charity Santa Casa de Misericordia. Mr. Matthias von Schwanenflügel, please, the floor is yours. We have heard you already, and I hope that we are connected. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, for inviting me to this conference and giving me the opportunity for a short input of the trio presidency activities for older persons. Can you hear me?
Seveda, slišimo vas, lahko nadaljujete. Izvolite, prosim. Ja.
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
When we were planning our trio presidency, no one could think about or thought about COVID or could imagine that a pandemic would hit us like that so soon and so devastating. Yet we already knew what was the impact of aging societies, and we had the idea back in 2018, 2019 to place the topic of older persons as one focus of our trio presidency. The previous trio presidency highlighted the topic of demographic change and initiated council conclusions called Demographic Challenges, the Way Ahead during the Croatian presidency. As we all know, older persons were negatively affected by the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic in a number of ways. In May 2020, the UN Secretary General published a policy brief about the impact of COVID-19 on older persons. He urges, quote, each of us to step up our effort to support older persons and to, quote, do everything possible to preserve their rights and dignity at all times. Antonio Guterres sees the COVID-19 recovery as an, quote, an opportunity to set the stage for a more inclusive, equitable, and age-friendly society, anchored in human rights and guided by the shared promises of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development to leave no one behind. In light of this plea, it was even more important that we Europeans, and as a trio presidency, partners put a special focus on older persons as one of the major topics of our trio presidency. This is why we also developed a trio presidency declaration on aging that was signed by all three line ministers of the trio partners. In this declaration, we set the scene how to go on. And we were very happy that the Commission supported this by publishing a green paper on aging and fostering debates in the field of older persons. During Germany's presidency of the Council of the European Union, we organized a joint online conference with civil society organizations, Age Platform Europe, and BATSO, the German senior citizens organization, to not only speak about older persons, but also with older persons. The online conference with the title Strengthening Older People's Rights in Times of Digitalization, Lessons Learned from COVID-19, was a major success, but it wasn't, unfortunately, as today, it wasn't a face-to-face conference, it was an online conference. It was attended by more than 1,500 persons from over 60 countries worldwide. Following the debate during the online conference, we drafted and negotiated the Council conclusions on human rights, participation, well-being of older persons in the era of digitalization that we adopted in October 2020. In the Council conclusions, we also set links to the main topics of our conference theme, promoting human rights and a life course perspective, intergenerational solidarity and cooperation, and combating ageism. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, none of our trio partners could host a meeting of the Director Generals we intended. In my opinion, this is very much needed and should be organized as soon as possible. As Europe is aging, and as Europe is an aging continent, the European Union is further aging, and we need to discuss how we want to shape a Europe for all ages, and how we want to make sure that the human rights of older persons are preserved at all times. Human rights have no expiry date. They are needed and also needed for older persons. This is why the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging discusses on UN level how best strengthening older persons' rights. And the German federal government actively supports this discussion. The German government is committed to resolving any gaps and protecting older people's human rights at international level. This is also why we co-founded an OHCHR study together with Austria into normative gaps in the protection of human rights. That will be discussed in the next working group session next year. That also needs to be discussed in the European Union, I think. I'm deeply convinced that we need to strengthen all international debates, programs, initiatives, and all instruments and groups that support older persons and older persons' rights. And that we have to make use of the various initiatives and engage in it. Be it in the European Union, be it on the level of the UNECE or the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging in New York. we need to further discuss this important topic, and we need to engage in the decade of healthy aging and into global campaign to combat ageism. It is needed to change the narrative around age and aging, and to help to create a world for all ages. Let's join the forces as European partners, and let us fight together against ageism and for the rights of older persons. Thank you very, very much for your attention.
Hvala, da ste osvetlili dejavnost.
Thank you for shedding light on the activities in the past months, and also for your core. Your experience is invaluable, and I'm sure that they can be matched also by our next speaker, Mr. Edmundo Martinho. Please, the floor is yours.
A special thank to our hosts and the Slovenian presidency, and to the words of the minister, the vice president of the European Commission. Thank you so much, and for our colleagues from Age Platform and the Pensioners Federation of Slovenia. Thank you so much for your kind words. First of all, let me thank you also for inviting us to this very important conference. And let me say that for us in Portugal, it is a real pleasure to see that the Slovenian presidency, together with Germany, in Portugal, we represent the trio, and it's for us a very happy moment to see that these presidencies have put in the first place the question of aging and the importance of addressing this so important challenge in the way we need to adapt our societies and our organizations to respond correctly to what is now a common challenge that we face, which is the aging and longevity. And so thank you so much for choosing this topic for your presidency, which is for us a very, very, as I mentioned, happy finding, I would say. Well, the topic of this conference addresses exactly, when it calls for the human rights for all ages, addresses completely what has been a concern of the European Union, together in addressed and conducted by led by the Commission, addresses this challenge we face with the situation where COVID-19 just put up the main topics and the main insufficiencies of our systems. And we at this time assist to a huge concern that started with Germany, I would say, with the German presidency, when they addressed the questions of the well-being of older persons in the era of digitalization, because digitalization, at the same time, can be a very important tool to address the questions of inclusion of older persons, but at the same time can be a huge obstacle if not correctly addressed. That's why I think during the Portuguese presidency, led by our minister, we just try to address this question of the mainstreaming of aging, and we had the conclusions of the Council on mainstreaming aging in public policies, which is, in our view, a very robust and potent way to address the question of aging and longevity. And this is why we are trying to develop a national strategy on longevity, trying to contaminate, if I can use the expression, all public policy areas to the question of longevity, because if we look at it carefully, we just see that there is no area of our life today that is not affected by longevity, from health questions, from pensions, from social protection, transportation, housing. I would say there's no way that longevity is not affecting any of our areas. So for us, it's very important. That's why we stressed during our presidency. That's why we stressed so much the question of mainstreaming aging in all these areas. And this is the way to address this life course perspective in education. We heard already this morning that aging starts on birth. And that's why we have to be very, very attentive and to be very convict about the way that aging has to be put in place and put in the first line of our agendas, starting with education. This life course perspective has to impregnate all our work and all our public policy areas, and that's the way to also address the question of intergenerational cooperation. That's the only way to combat ageism, I would say. It's to make sure that the question of aging is included in all our areas of life, starting with education. And that's why this conference is so important. And I would like to say that this is also a very inspiring and promising sign that the Slovenian presidency has go along with the trio in this conference and putting the question of aging at the first topic, at the first line of our agendas. So we have now a number of tools that could help us to do that. The council conclusions during the Portuguese presidency promoting the mainstreaming of aging is, in our view, also an important contribution for all the countries to try to address this in a holistic and complete way, trying to make sure that aging is no longer seen as a problem, but is especially looked as a very, very important added value on society. And so we have to make sure that participation of all persons is completely addressed, that we take into consideration the question of aging and longevity in all of our areas, and especially, and COVID-19 showed this in a very, very eloquent way, especially that different areas of work together, different areas of the public policies are no longer in a silo approach to their work, but on the contrary, that there is a complete interaction between different areas and, of course, integration of all policy areas. This is, on our side, one of the major conclusions, if you can talk about conclusions, of our work during the presidency. And once again, I stress that this choice by the Slovenian presidency of this topic is very promising, and I would say that will inspire future presidencies, because this is a challenge that Europe cannot ignore, and especially we have to address it together with the Commission, with the leading force of the Commission. We have to address the question of aging on this approach on human rights for all ages, and we hope that the social pillar of the European Union and the plan of action that has been adopted will be a very, very strong tool to push us ahead and make that the human rights for all ages is no longer an aspiration, but it's especially a concrete fact in our countries and in the whole community. And so thank you again to the Slovene presidency for having us on this topic and to have chosen this topic. And I think we have now very good conditions to move ahead and to make sure that Europe will be a territory for all ages, and that this means the complete respect for human rights for all ages, and especially for older persons. Thank you again for your attention and for your invitation. Thank you so much.
No, tudi mi upamo tako. Hvala, gospod.
We also share your hopes. So thank you, Mr. Martinho, and greetings to Portugal. This concludes the introductory part of our conference, and we continue with the first round table entitled Combating Ageism Towards a Rights-Based Approach to Aging. So the term ageism includes stereotypes, how we think, prejudices, how we feel, and discrimination, how we act directly towards people based on their age. So according to the UN Global Report on Ageism, 1 out of 2 persons practices a discriminatory approach towards older persons. 1 out of 3 Europeans has reported to have been target of ageism. So despite ageism is widespread, it is not a well-known phenomenon, and it is often considered to be acceptable compared to other forms of discrimination. And it is also present in all aspects of our lives and has serious consequences on the longevity and the quality of lives. So in this part, we will focus on finding good solutions and practices. We will be joined by Mrs. Claudia Mahler, a UN independent expert on the enjoyment of all human rights by older persons. She works in the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights in Geneva. And also Ms. Vania de la Fuente Núñez, the author of the first UN Global Report on Ageism, and Joanna Goody, head of Unit for Research and Data at the EU Fundamental Rights Agency. This agency conducts European studies on equality and non-discrimination, including based on age. So each of the panelists has 15 minutes available for the presentation. This will be followed by a discussion. We are slightly running behind the schedule, so I would kindly remind you to stick to the allotted time so that we have some time left for discussion. So first of all, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Mahler.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Zelo dobro vas slišimo. Izvolite.
Yes, we can hear you really well. Thank you.
For your kind introduction, and let me start with thanking the organizers. The conference is more than welcome and very timely. I would also like to reiterate how important it is that the European Union and its member states are taking up the topic on ageism, which is, as we are all aware, one of the major barriers which hinders older persons to fully enjoy their human rights. I'm very grateful to take part in this important conference, to get a chance to promote a human rights-based approach and raise once again awareness that ageism and age discrimination are very often overlooked. The COVID-19 pandemic brought to light entrenched ageism and age discrimination in many areas. Older persons were blamed to be the cause for lockdowns or other measures that restricted people's freedoms. Older persons were described as a burden for society and left behind in many circumstances. Given the disproportionate impact on older persons, the COVID-19 pandemic shone a spotlight on the gaps in the human rights protection of this chronically invisible segment of the population. It magnified existing violations of their rights. We already heard a lot about this in the introductions. But the global health crisis was also a window of opportunity to bring more visibility to the human rights of older persons. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, in May 2020, we witnessed the first policy brief on older persons by the Secretary General. In his policy brief on the impact of COVID-19 on older persons, he recognized that COVID-19 escalated ageism and stigmatization of older persons, including hate speech in public discourse and on social media. We all have seen this. The Secretary General called in his policy brief to avoid labeling older adults as inevitable, frail, and vulnerable. This is something we really need to work on because there are still stereotypes among us all. It was also very encouraging to see that 146 states signed a statement of support to the policy brief and echoed concerns of the escalation of ageism. Furthermore, NGOs and NHRIs spoke up to support the Secretary General policy brief. The High Commissioner for Human Rights, as well as the Secretary General, urged the members of the open-ended working group of aging in the last session to move on, to fulfill the mandate of the working group, to report back to the General Assembly, to inform about the draft of a new binding international treaty, which would close the gaps on the international and national level. We are still lacking a human rights-based convention on the rights of older persons, which gives the best protection older persons need. I'm pleased that the UN has declared 2021 to 2030 as the decade of healthy aging, and I want to emphasize the importance of identified areas of action, such as combating ageism, fostering age-friendly environments, access to quality essential health services, and good quality long-term care, areas that I, in my capacity as the independent expert, dedicate and will continue to dedicate particular attention to, including through my recent report on ageism and age discrimination to the Human Rights Council. Another recent positive development was the adoption of the substantive resolution on human rights of older persons by the Human Rights Council in the last session of 2021. This resolution emphasized the importance of combating ageism, applies intersectionality, and calls for the need for collecting and analyzing segregated data. It is also includes meaningful participation of older persons, as well as the importance to adopt a human rights-based approach. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Slovenia, Brazil, and Argentina for this initiative. These are some developments which can be seen as support to further the human rights of older persons and to combat ageism. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we all know ageism is a widespread phenomenon, which is not new. Robert Butler, who coined the term already in 1969, noted that prejudice against age is a prejudice against everyone, since as longevity increases, we strive to become its ultimate victims. So let us invest in all our future. This is even more true today, where the overestimated numbers show that demographic change is a worldwide phenomenon. I would like to add that my current thematic report, which I presented to the Human Rights Council, is an analysis on ageism and age discrimination. In the mentioned report, I define ageism as stereotypes, prejudice, and/or discriminatory actions or practices against older persons that are based on their chronological age or on a perception that the person is old. Older persons experience ageism on different levels. For example, on the individual level, ageism is based on internalized stereotypes and prejudice and can manifest itself towards others and towards oneself. This can be seen by abstaining from personal communication and certain activities, showing a paternalistic attitude and talking condescendingly to older persons. At the community and family level, attitudes, perceptions, and expectations of behavior and roles of older persons are often framed by social and cultural norms. At the larger societal level, ageism can consciously and unconsciously shape the way the rights and equal treatment of older persons are integrated in policies and laws, thus often further perpetuating and institutionalizing stereotypes and assumptions. Therefore, I also must once again alert you that the current human rights framework does not combat ageism at any stage, and furthermore, age is not mentioned as a ground for discrimination. This is one out of many issues why the international human rights framework has failed to deliver to older persons. We are still missing, as I already said, a comprehensive human rights instrument to ensure the best protection through a binding convention. Ageism and age discrimination are the biggest barriers which hinder older persons on their full enjoyment of their human rights. I am grateful that the cooperation of UN agencies under the leadership of WHO released a report as one of the focus areas of the Decade of Healthy Aging. The report says, ageism has far-reaching consequences for older people's health, well-being, and human rights. Ageism pervades many ways institutional sectors of society, including those providing health and social care, the workplace, the media, the legal system. Healthcare rationing on the basis of age is widespread, and older adults tend to be excluded from research and data collection efforts. This is one area where we really need to improve the situation. We are lacking data. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, we know that every person comprises of different personal levels and layers, and this is why we also need to bear in mind an intersectional approach. Realizing the potential of longer lives involves addressing the way old age intersects with other forms of inequalities and how barriers affect opportunities to participate actively in society. As already said, ageism compounds other forms of inequalities based on gender, disability, health status, ethnic origin, indigenous identity, or migrant status, gender identity and sexual orientation, as well as socioeconomic status and other grounds. There are overlaps, and we also need to change our perspective to leave our silos for these discussions. Ableism, a value system that considers certain characteristics of body and mind as essential to life of value, is often conflated with ageism. Older persons with disabilities may have access to fewer or different services, experience age cutoffs for disability benefits and personal assistance, and face increased likelihood of institutionalization compared to their younger peers with disabilities. While the biological process of aging includes an increased likelihood of disability when ill health is seen as a symptom of older age instead of as a medical condition that merits treatment, older persons risk being excluded from preventive screening, rehabilitation, surgical treatment, and organ transplantation. Gender inequalities in old age can manifest in multiple aspects, including legal status, access and control of property and land, access to credit and inheritance rights, among others. Violence and abuse frequently occurs at the intersection of age and gender, but also disability. Older women are also disproportionately affected by some health conditions, suffer from lack of health information. Their sexual and reproductive health may be disregarded just because they are no longer able to have children. The perception of that sexuality and sexual violence disappear with age leads to older women being frequently overlooked in studies and policies on violence against women, as well as on sexual and reproductive health. If you are interested in the topic, please have a look at my recent report where I examine the linkages between aging and gender and its impact on the rights of older women. Age and race combined create aggravated forms of discrimination. The systemic disparities at the intersection of ageism and racism are rarely addressed in policy practices. Racial and ethnic minority groups are likely to enter old age in poorer health and at greater risk of vulnerability, caused by chronic inequalities and widespread racial discrimination and exclusion. Services very often lack a cultural sensitive approach, which furthermore have negative influences on their health. Language barriers and unfamiliarities with the system limit the access to services and needed healthcare support. During the COVID-19 pandemic, older persons belonging to ethnic minorities had higher levels of mortality due to underlying health and social inequalities. To sum up, I urge you all to include a human rights-based approach in future European policies. It is needed to have certain improvement as a next step. Therefore, it is necessary to include a person-centered approach and bearing in mind the human rights standards in a future European Union White Book on Aging. Adopting a human rights-based approach will set the course for a much more progressive and inclusive agenda that would benefit Europeans of all ages. I would also align with human rights commitments undertaken by European Union member states and forward-looking initiatives, such as, already mentioned, the conclusion of the Council of European Union on Human Rights, Participation and Well-being of Older Persons in the Era of Digitalization, and the Trio Presidency Declaration on Aging. Furthermore, I will continue calling on states and other relevant actors to close the protection gap in the international legal human rights framework and to ensure protection from discrimination on the basis of age through effective legislation and policies. I'm looking forward to our joint action to achieve this goal. I thank you for your attention.
Najlepša hvala.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mahler, for your presentation. Ms. Fuente Nunez, the floor is yours. What can you say us about the topic?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for your kind introduction, and thank you to the Slovenian presidency for inviting me to contribute to this very important conference. Today, I will provide key insights from the global report on ageism that was already mentioned in the initial session of the conference, and which falls under the umbrella of the global campaign to combat ageism that is led by the World Health Organization. But I would like to start my intervention by asking everyone here today to think of a time when you were treated unfairly because of your age. Perhaps you were insulted or ignored by colleagues in the workplace, patronized by your family, denied a job or a loan at the bank, denied access to your property or land, or not offered healthcare, only because of your age. This is what we call ageism. Ageism is also behind the following testimonials. Fernando from Bolivia, who tells us, I was widowed 7 months ago, and since my wife died, the people, my own family, has discriminated against me for being older and widowed. Celine from Haiti, I was refused 2 jobs because I was told I was too old and my health would mean I would not be productive. Midrul from India, with each dollar given to me, extra standards of accountability and transparency are also conveyed formally or informally, as if being young means incompetent, careless, and corrupt. Or Vera from the Russian Federation, who says, I feel very unwanted and helpless, but there are no places to go and complain about this. Ageism is present in the way we think, feel, and act towards others or ourselves according to age, whether we're conscious of it or not. It penetrates all of our lives from younger age into older age. Different cultures have different attitudes towards age and aging, but none is free of age bias. We know today that half of the world's population is ageist against older people. And in Europe, younger people report more ageism than other age groups. In this region, nearly 1 in 2 younger persons report ageism, and 1 in 3 older people report ageism. The global report on ageism that we released in March of this year shows that ageism is everywhere. It is in our institutions, in our relationships, and in ourselves. Self-directed ageism is ageism turned against ourselves. People internalize age-based biases from their surrounding culture after being repeatedly exposed to those biases since childhood, and they then apply them to themselves, limiting what they do or don't do. Ageism is also present in our relationships. For example, when people patronize or ignore the views of older people or use an infantilizing way of speaking when interacting with older adults, which is known as elderspeak, and which assumes that older people do not have the same cognitive capacity as people of other ages. Institutional ageism is seen in the laws, the social norms, the policies, and the practices of institutions that unfairly restrict opportunities and systematically disadvantage individuals on the basis of their age. And it happens across a wide range of settings, including employment, healthcare, the legal system, financial institutions, the media, housing, and many more. In employment, we see ageism throughout the work cycle. We see it in recruitment, once employed, and during dismissal and retirement. Employers are less likely to hire older than younger applicants, with research showing that when employers are presented with a curriculum vitae of an older and a younger candidate who have equivalent characteristics, younger candidates are favored and have a higher callback rate than older applicants. Our age can also be used to limit our access to training opportunities, which can affect our prospects for career advancement and retention. Ageism is also very present in healthcare, where it imposes severe restrictions to our right to health. Age determines who is treated with certain interventions or medical treatments in a large number of cases. The evidence shows us that as the patient's age increases, medical staff are likely to withhold ventilator support, surgery, and dialysis. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen discriminatory practices in access to critical resources, such as intensive care units in several countries, and especially among older people living in long-term care facilities, who may be at increased risk of vulnerability given their dependency on someone else to carry out activities of daily living. This is particularly worrying, given that the global evidence shows that older people face a significantly higher case fatality rate from this disease than people in younger age groups. And let's not forget that older people also tend to be excluded from clinical trials, even though they have a disproportionately high share of the total disease burden. This exclusion of older people from research limits our ability to assess the efficacy and the adverse effects of treatments on older populations, who are often the key target population for those same treatments. Healthcare providers are also often not prepared to adequately address the health needs of older people, including their sexual health, with many considering the topic to be outside their scope of practice or not of relevance for older patients. This can result in late detection and treatment of sexually transmitted diseases, including HIV/AIDS, and missed opportunities for the prevention of STDs in the community. Older people have a right to health, but this right is being limited by discriminatory practices that limit access to care and existing misconceptions that assume that disease is a natural part of aging and that people do not engage in sexual activity after a certain age. Ageism is also ubiquitous in the media, where older people continue to be underrepresented across countries. For example, older people represent only about 1.5% of TV characters in the US, and they are given minor roles or portrayed for comic effect. This underrepresentation or misrepresentation of older people is seen in other forms of media, including print and social media. I'm sure everyone here today can think of many examples where older people were homogeneously portrayed as frail and vulnerable in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. According to a study, nearly a quarter of all Twitter communication concerning older adults and COVID-19 was ageist. In Spain, an analysis of around 500 headlines across national newspapers found that 71% portrayed older people in a negative way. Representations on television, social media, and in print are crucial because they influence our everyday perceptions and interactions, including how we relate to older people. They also shape how we see ourselves growing old, and they can affect our self-esteem, health status, physical well-being, and cognitive performance in older age. Ageism can also interact and intersect with other isms and exacerbate disadvantage, which may compound the impact on individuals' health and well-being. For example, we see an intersection between ageism and ableism, with programs and expenditures for people with disabilities differing substantially across age groups. In some countries, government expenditures per recipient are substantially higher for younger individuals with disability, and options that are rejected by younger people with disabilities, such as institutional care, which the independent expert on the rights of older persons just mentioned, are considered acceptable for older people. This is particularly problematic if we consider that older people are disproportionately represented in disability populations. We also see a very clear intersection between ageism and sexism, with available research showing that older women are most affected by this intersection. The term gendered ageism is used to illustrate the difference in ageism faced by men and women, where women tend to be in a situation of double jeopardy, where the existing patriarchal norms and society's preoccupation with youth result in a faster deterioration of older women's status compared with that of men. This does not only result in differences in status and increased pressure placed on women to hide the signs of aging, but it also manifests across institutions. In employment, being a woman intensifies age bias, which not only has an effect on a woman's career, but also on her ability to access a pension in older age. And in healthcare, we see disparities in terms of older women's access to preventive care and treatment compared to older men. Another way in which the intersection between ageism and sexism manifests is through accusations of witchcraft, where older women are persecuted and accused of ill luck, disease, or death in some parts of the world. Accusations of witchcraft may result in the older woman being ostracized, driven out, and banished from her community, chained up, and in some instances, killed. In the United Republic of Tanzania, for instance, some 2,500 older women were reportedly killed between 2004 and 2009 after being accused of witchcraft. And only last month, we heard about 4 women being accused of witchcraft and lynched to death in Kenya. Ageism harms us individually and collectively, affecting our health and well-being and costing society billions of dollars. Among older people, ageism is associated with poor physical and mental health. It is associated with a premature death, and it increases the presence of chronic conditions and the number of acute medical events and hospitalizations. In terms of our mental health, it accelerates cognitive decline and is associated with the presence of depression, with about 6.3 million cases of depression being attributable to ageism. Ageism further affects our well-being, reducing our quality of life and increasing the likelihood of social isolation and loneliness. The effects of ageism on health are seen in all parts of the world and are most likely to impact disadvantaged groups. Ageism doesn't only affect our health and well-being, but it also takes a heavy economic toll, both on individuals and on society. At individual level, older people can face greater risk of poverty and financial insecurity in contexts where their age imposes barriers to accessing or retaining a job. The loss of financial insecurity and the subsequent fall into poverty can have devastating impacts on an older person. It can result in a rapid decline in health, earlier mortality, and dependency on state welfare systems where such systems exist. Ageism also costs our healthcare systems, and leave from work and forced retirement also have economic implications for our societies. This makes ageism a human rights problem, but also a serious public health and development issue. Addressing ageism in our societies is critical for creating a more equal world in which the dignity and the rights of every human being are respected and protected. For the first time, we know exactly what works in addressing ageism: policy and law, educational activities, and intergenerational interventions. Policy and law can help to address discrimination and inequality on the basis of age and protect our human rights. Importantly, this strategy works in reducing ageism against every age group. When we talk about policy and law to address ageism, we're talking about both national laws and international law, which can include international conventions or treaties. An international convention is a very powerful tool that can contribute to changes in law, policy, and practice at the national level, as we have seen with existing international conventions, such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Still, there is, to date, no specific legal instrument in international law to dispel stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination against older people. And most international human rights instruments, as we've heard earlier today, do not explicitly list age as a prohibited ground of discrimination. Many countries are also still lacking any national policies or laws to protect against ageism across spheres of life, including employment, access to goods and services, healthcare, and beyond. The second strategy that works in addressing ageism is educational activities, which can enhance empathy and help dispel misconceptions about aging and different age groups by providing accurate information and counter stereotypical examples. They can be included in all types and levels of education, and in both formal and non-formal education. And last but not least, we have intergenerational interventions, which bring together younger and older people and help reduce intergroup prejudice and stereotypes. I know that a focus of a later session today will be on intergenerational contact, but just wanted to mention here that these are among the most effective interventions in reducing ageism against older people, and they also show promise for reducing ageism against younger people. Ageism is an issue that cuts across sectors and which requires commitment and action from a wide range of actors, including governments, UN and development agencies, civil society organizations, private sector, academia, and many more. Governments can, for example, draft and implement laws and policies that prohibit discrimination on the grounds of age. They can mobilize support to ratify existing regional treaties that protect the rights of older or younger adults and support the development of further protections in law. Civil society organizations can advocate for the development and enforcement of laws and policies or deliver educational and intergenerational activities to tackle ageism against different age groups. And the private sector can implement interventions in businesses to prevent and respond to instances of ageism, for example, by developing intergenerational mentorship programs or including age as a ground for possible discrimination in trainings that are being offered for people to identify unconscious bias. These are just some examples, but the key message here is that we all have a role to play. Ageism affects billions of people globally and constitutes both a serious and widespread human rights problem and a far-reaching public health and development issue. It has remained unchallenged for far too long. Now that we know what works, we have no excuse to look the other way. Reducing ageism can prevent harm, reduce injustice, unlock human potential, and help create more prosperous and cohesive societies. It is in our hands to create the world for all ages that we all want to live in. The global campaign to combat ageism aims to turn this vision into our reality, and we hope that all of you join this movement to combat ageism wherever you are. The UN Decade of Healthy Aging, 2021 to 2030, with its clear focus on addressing ageism, gives us a framework for action, with countries committed to putting an end to ageism. The time to act is now. I urge all participants today to take action by challenging ageism when they see it, supporting policies and laws that address ageism, as well as educational and intergenerational activities that can help us all change the way we think, feel, and act towards age and aging. I thank you and really look forward to answering any questions later in the session.
Thank you very much for maybe not very encouraging data, but thank you for showing us further steps and action that needs to be taken now. And for the next 15 minutes, the floor is yours, Mrs. Joanna Goody.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully if you can let me know if you can see it.
We can see it.
So you can see my screen?
Of course, yes, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks to the Slovenian presidency for the invitation to speak at this conference today on the important topic of ageism. I'm going to be approaching this from the standpoint of the European Union, speaking as I work for the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, and I'm going to be focusing on ageism in relation to older persons. Just to begin, we've seen a significant move from looking at ageism with respect to needs to rights, but I want to frame this very briefly in relation to the limitations of European Union law in this regard. So when I'm referring to a shifting approach to aging, what we see in the context of the European Union, I'm only speaking of the European Union, although one can refer to other parts of the world too, is moving from deficits that create needs to encompassing a rights-based approach towards aging. At the heart of that is the idea of equal treatment of all individuals, of non-discrimination. But having said that, we have to not neglect the need for protection and support to those who require it and who are most vulnerable. A rights-based approach to looking at ageism is essential, because if you have rights, you can be in a better position to meet needs. But rights, of course, are underpinned by a legal basis that has to have the possibility of redress when your rights are not met and things go wrong, or else it's just words on paper. Very, very briefly, in the context of the European Union, we have progressively been addressing age in relation to discrimination, non-discrimination, equality. The Treaty of Amsterdam in 1997 began with a reference to age. In the context of the EU, we have the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, which is a regional human rights instrument which applies to all member states when they apply EU law. It has a specific article addressing non-discrimination, including age and other grounds, and it also uniquely has an article on the rights of the elderly, which refers to the rights of the elderly to lead a life of dignity and independence and to participate in social and cultural life. We have then very specific secondary EU law that deals with non-discrimination in the area of the employment and occupation that encompasses age. But I'll say a little bit about that in the next couple of slides. There's also a lot of, as we've heard from previous speakers, so-called soft law and policy responses, and I've just mentioned a couple of them at the bottom of this slide here. So that's the legal framing, but it has its limits. What this slide shows here is that if you look at current existing secondary EU law, if you look on the very left-hand column, you have all the grounds of non-discrimination, not comprehensively listed here, but the main grounds of non-discrimination as covered by secondary EU law. Age is covered in the area of employment, but in other areas, education, goods and services, and social protection, we have no explicit secondary EU law referring to age and non-discrimination. If you look at racial or ethnic origin, horizontally, you see there is more coverage in EU law for protection against discrimination on the basis of race or racial or ethnic origin. So age, like disability, like religion or belief, and like sexual orientation, has less protection under EU law. So there are gaps. However, within member states, equality bodies which are mandated to exist under EU law go beyond the constraints of existing EU law. And we can see here, with respect to age, of the 27 member states, their equality bodies cover age with different grounds covered beside employment. So member states are oftentimes going that step further than the provisions under EU law. So I framed the kind of legal realities. And what's the evidence, though? Because, of course, you need evidence to ensure that rights are implemented in practice. And we do have quite a bit of evidence in the context of the EU. But I'll be referring here specifically to evidence from the Fundamental Rights Agency that encompasses age. And it's a new area for us to work on in this regard. The mandate of the Fundamental Rights Agency is to collect evidence on the situation of the fundamental rights in the European Union. We're not a standard setting body. We're not like the Council of Europe or the UN in terms of standard setting with law. The EU institutions do that. But what the Fundamental Rights Agency does is feed those institutions and member states with data. And we do this through large-scale surveys, in-depth qualitative research, and legal opinions. With respect to age, I put a question mark there. As I've said, for the Fundamental Rights Agency, it's a new area of work for us. But we do have a large body of data from our large-scale surveys that capture all respondents' ages in relation to the different surveys where they answer questions. We have, since 2018, begun progressively to look at the area of age and rights, and we had a very strong focus chapter on older persons in our annual Fundamental Rights Report. During the COVID crisis, we also have focused on the situation of older persons. And in 2022, we're going to have our first dedicated research on older persons, which I'll talk about in a minute. I mentioned FRA's surveys. This is a list of some of our surveys that we conduct. As you can see, the numbers there refer to the number of respondents. So if you take our LGBTI survey, we have nearly 140,000 respondents to that survey. Our survey on ethnic minorities and immigrants' experiences of rights and their knowledge about their rights in the EU covers 25,500 people. All these surveys typically include people aged 16 plus. Only one of the survey has a limitation on age, the upper age limit, so the data can be broken down very richly in the context of the EU. So, some examples very quickly from the Fundamental Rights Survey that the Fundamental Rights Agency conducted. We published it last year. It has nearly 35,000 respondents. It's a general population survey, so unlike some of our other surveys, it doesn't focus on specific groups. So our other surveys covered specific groups' experiences of rights in practice, covered all member states in North Macedonia. It's a random representative sample. Why is that important? It's saying that the results are as representative as they can be for the member states and the EU. Interviews were either in person or online. It covers people aged 16 plus. So I'm going to give you a couple of results here, just as a taster of what we can have in terms of evidence on older persons. Before I present that, I'll also critique myself for saying that for a breakdown of older age groups, the problem is that we've aggregated the results from 65 plus in some of our examples, and you need a more detailed breakdown, obviously, which we can do going forwards. We asked people a series of questions on their views on fundamental rights in the context of their own country. So in response to the statement, everyone in this country, so Slovenia, or in the case of if you were sitting in Belgium, Belgium enjoys the same basic human rights. The black is those who strongly agreed or tended to agree with the statement. What you see there is a very homogeneous response between all age groups. But I've thrown in here the issue of those who experience limitations in their daily activities. That can include persons with disabilities and chronic illnesses. They agree with this statement less. And here, of course, a lot of the discussion about aging is the extent to which we should or should not also look at disability, because in much older age groups, there is a higher proportion of people being limited to some extent in their everyday activities. Another example of a response to the statement, mainstream parties and politicians don't care about people like me. Here, worryingly, we see that amongst the older age respondents, more agree or strongly agree with this statement, that mainstream parties don't care about people like them, older persons. Again, people who are severely limited in their day-to-day activities also agree more with this statement. So we obviously have a problem here in terms of people feeling that politicians listen to them. And one final statement here, public administration makes information easy to find online. Amongst older age groups, we can see that there's a sharp decline in agreeing with this statement, and also with respect to people who are severely limited in their daily activities, less agree with this statement. We had multiple questions in the survey, but it's this one that I want to pick up on and briefly refer to in relation to what the Fundamental Rights Agency will be focusing on in the coming period in relation to the rights of older persons. This figure here from the survey shows amongst non-internet users, so all those people we interviewed face-to-face who said they were non-internet users, we have the age breakdown here about their perceived obstacles for actually using the internet. Lack of skills is the main reason, and we can see it goes up by age. So people, respondents age 75 plus to our surveys, were saying lack of skills is a key factor. No internet access was a common factor amongst all groups. But interestingly, having no interest in using the internet was lower for people aged 75 plus. So these are the kind of research results that we need to unpack. And I'll explain why we're focusing on the use of the internet later as the Fundamental Rights Agency. And then a figure that we're familiar with a lot of research output, a lot of data that's collected in the EU, is that amongst internet users, the frequency of general internet use is, of course, higher the younger you are. So why is it that I'm focusing on this area? Well, it's because FRA is going to be doing research on aging in digital societies, because increasingly within the European Union, there is a push to have more and more services online through, for example, e-governance tools. And in many member states, it's almost impossible to access public services if you're not online. So in terms of aging in digital societies, my last two slides, from a rights perspective, we have, which one of the previous speakers referred to, 2020 Council of the EU conclusions on human rights, participation and well-being of older persons in the era of digitalization. It's a key area. We're bringing together ageism and digitalization and the world of AI. We're going to have a new project as of next year, looking at access to online and offline public services for older persons, looking at provisions in law and practice to ensure that older persons can get access to public services without being online too. We're recognizing intersectionality within the research, so age plus gender plus ethnicity, etc. And we are going to be first mapping the legal and policy provisions at member state level. And we're going to do qualitative research with rights holders, including diverse groups of older persons. There are, of course, many, many areas of EU law we can refer to, and new emergent areas. Here we think of the European Accessibility Act to products and services, which should cover disability and should benefit older persons too. So my final concluding slide. This year we published an opinion on the implementation of the equality directives in the European Union. That opinion refers to gaps in protection in EU law, which I referred to earlier, and therefore it refers to gaps with respect to age, which is underserved in relation to non-discrimination in comparison with some other grounds. We'll be doing this very targeted research as the Fundamental Rights Agency that I've mentioned through a fundamental rights lens to ensure that rights are enforceable in practice. And having mentioned the different surveys that FRA has conducted, we are going to step up our efforts to break down data at more micro levels for older age groups whilst recognizing diversity. My final statement is that if we're thinking about ageism and having a rights space, we have to remember that fundamental rights do not carry an expiry date. Thank you very much.
Najlepša hvala za
Thank you very much for your contribution and for your proposal on how to acquire new knowledge. We will now start with a short discussion. The first question is for Mrs. Mahler. In which areas are ageism and age discrimination most commonly manifested? I am referring to life, work, healthcare, care.
Thank you for the question, but I also think that we already tackled a lot of issues in the different presentations, as Vanya also spoke about in which areas ageism is present. I would also say that we hear a lot about the employment market, but what is not seen quite well is the positive contributions and the participation of older persons. Here we are also lacking the data, and this is also ageist, that we don't get the specific data where we need to combat and have specific measures. I stop here and give the others more room. Thank you.
So the next question for Ms. Vania de la Fuente Núñez. Can you say a few more words about the negative effects of ageism on older person and society as a whole, regardless of the lack of information and data that we just heard of?
So with regards to the impacts of ageism on older people, we do have data on that aspect. So we don't only have information about where ageism manifests, which I covered briefly in the presentation in terms of the different institutions where it see it playing out, but we also have a breadth of data looking into or illustrating really how harmful ageism is to our health and well-being. And I covered a few of those aspects in terms of the impacts that it has on our physical health, on our mental health, but also on our well-being. So really affecting all aspects of our health and well-being, as well as I was mentioning, potentially leading to financial insecurity in older age. So I think these were mostly covered in the presentation already, but I'm happy to address any specific questions that may come up as well. Thank you.
My third question, I think we have time for one more question. Ms. Joanna Goody, why is a rights-based approach so important for tackling ageism, in your view?
Thank you very much for the question. I mean, already the UN World Health Organization Global Report on Ageism referred to the need for law and policy to address ageism. If you don't have robust laws in place to address ageism in relation to non-discrimination and equality in different areas of life, it's very difficult to hold different actors to account. Primarily, it's the state we should hold to account and state actors, followed, of course, by all different areas of life, including the private sector. But you can only hold them to account where you have robust laws dealing with age discrimination. So I think it's really central to ensure that we have laws in place, but of course, they have to be enforced. And for that, you need to also have very good mechanisms through which people are able to complain and to feel that their complaints are going to be taken seriously. And for that, you need the resources to ensure that institutions like national human rights institutions, equality bodies, where they do exist, can actually address complaints and hope that some redress can be in place. So you can have rights, but they're only meaningful when they are implemented and you have robust monitoring of the implementation in practice. And for that, you need good data. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala.
Thank you for this answer as well. So this concludes our first panel discussion. Thank you all for participating. This roundtable discussion will be followed by the second roundtable discussion on the life course perspective and intergenerational approach. But first we will have a 15-minute break, and we'll see you in 15 minutes for the second panel discussion. Thank you.
Dobrodošli nazaj.
Welcome back. We will continue with the second round table dedicated to using a life course perspective to shift attitudes to ageism. We know that ageism is a life course or a lifelong development. And the life course perspective changes the attitudes to age. It stresses that the process of aging goes on throughout our lives, and that we also need to take into account the diversity of the old population. And so the connections between generations are more evident, and this also combats prejudice, discrimination, something that we all are aiming for. At the same time, this is an important incentive for decision makers. This life course perspective also improves the situations as far as the processes are concerned that are based on the life course approach. So, of course, we should not limit ourselves only to old people and population, but we should also reach out to young generations. This panel will be conducted in a similar manner as the previous one. All the speakers have 15 minutes each, and this will be followed by a discussion or question. So I would like to ask you to stick to the allotted time so that we have some more time left for the discussion or the questions and answers. And now the speakers in this panel. So we will be joined by Kyle Leichsenring, Executive Director from the European Center for Social Welfare Policy and Research, very active in the field of active aging and aging policies, and also Dirk Jarret, President of the European Federation of Older Persons, so the oldest European organization in this field, and also a professor at the university. And Vitalia Gauchete-Wittig, Chief of the Population Unit from the UN Economic Commission for Europe and a member of the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging, and Lucia Carneluti, UN Youth Delegate from the Youth Council of Slovenia. So all the speakers and all the participants, welcome. And now I give the floor to Mr. Leichsenring.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I need to share my screen. Do you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to speak at this important conference. We have learned a lot already about the rights-based approach, and I would like to add now this, let's say the reality of inequalities that we have experienced over the life course, and would like to bring this together with the with the rights-based approach to ageism. Actually, then presenting a model for a more equal life course to combat institutional ageism that we have heard about already. We have also heard about the different manifestations of ageism that we experience during everyday life also, that we are talking about older people as one group rather than seeing them as very different individuals. We also see the process of aging rather than all these multiple unique life courses that we are experiencing, and often we define old age as one uniform stage at the end of life, rather than seeing all the diverse and heterogeneous living situations of older people that make, of course, a difference. So we have learned ageism is a stereotypical construction of older people, of aging, of old age. And we know now what we understand under ageism. In particular, we see also these different manifestations, let's say, on the institutional level, on the interpersonal level, and of course also self-directed ageism. And I would like to focus my intervention here briefly on the on how to overcome the institutional ageism that is embedded in the current construction of our life courses. And we can identify first policy initiatives that that are there to really bring about a kind of a structural change in line with what I would call a life course perspective on aging. So starting from also an intergenerational idea, and saying that, and it has been said already, that aging is something that happens over the life course, and produces different and often unequal opportunities. And we are currently in a situation where we see, for example, for one of the first times, that younger generations are have more unequal opportunities, apart from the many opportunities they have. But there is a clear shift to poverty, to the younger, in poverty to younger generations. There are issues at the transition from education to work. And we all know young people who have very bumpy entries into working life. And this is something we need to address to, in the end, to also work further towards to extending longevity, which has been now a secular process. But we see that education is a major factor, education, and then the ensuing type of work you're doing during your life course. And so we see that there are gaps in longevity, and these are often due to education, working careers, and related behavioral factors over the life course. And this is even a widening, this gap is even widening. So here, this then ends up also in high risk of poverty in old age, depending on the country, but also depending, of course, on the different experiences and opportunities you were able to take during your life course. For example, women were already addressed. Women often work double shifts, not only in Slovenia, but here we have some very interesting data on Slovenia. They have a loss of income and career changes due to childcare during the so-called rush hour of life. They drop out of the labor force then also at later age, for example, due to the onset of care for older family members. And these are all issues that are concerning unpaid work. And so the issue of unpaid work during the life course is one that we need to address to combat these inequalities. We have seen the disintegration of what has been constructed as a kind of a traditional life course pattern, where you have education at the beginning, you enter the employment world of employment and work, and then you have a pension with a clear pension age. But we have more and more seen that this is disintegrating with extended education, these bumpy entries into work life, unemployed periods, care periods, and retraining periods or during your working career. And then also the expectation that actually, well, the pension age is perhaps defined, but we as governments or we as society can actually change it and extend it and ask you to extend your working life. On top of that, there are all other changing social norms regarding age of marriage, cultures of care, having children, and so on. So this is all bringing us to something where that some colleagues have called more age integration life course, but mainly these were linked to solicitations to individuals. So also the active and healthy aging approach, a very healthy and a very useful approach, of course. But often then it ended up with extending working lives, based also on these unequal chances over the life course and inequities due to accumulated disadvantages. So this was also linked to, well, you should have a lifelong learning career, but also this is again linked with unequal opportunities. There was also the privatization of pension systems, and of course the rising difficulties of reconciliation of work and family life. Again, mainly women, but also but partly also men, because here we should also have more equal opportunities. So now what happened over these past decades was also that we extended our life expectancy, and it is even after COVID or we still have this secular process of increasing life expectancy. And the question is, what are we doing with these added years to our life, and how could we better, or shouldn't we use these lives better also during our life course in earlier periods? Because only then we could get rid of a pension age that is defined by chronological age. So our idea of a more integrated life course perspective in a society characterized by solidarity rather than by individual solicitations is that we get rid of the old tripartite division of the life course, and but see how we can use periods of retraining that we will need also due to technological change, periods of care work, and link these to also retraining and second and third chances over the life course to avoid these multiple inequalities we are facing currently. For this, we might need something like a guaranteed income. We could call it life course transition benefits to really support these periods of retraining, of unpaid work, and of more societal approach to aging, to facilitate new trajectories and transitions between paid and unpaid work, to provide incentives for retraining, not only just short courses, but perhaps really a second or third chance with a new type of education and a new approach to a new career at later age or independent on your age. And this would also then facilitate more intergenerational and more gender equity due to these second and third chances. And then we would have no more boundaries based on chronological age, which we still have. I just saw some job announcements again, and it is always in so many still mentioned. Well, above a certain age, you don't even have to apply for certain jobs. So we have to overcome the barriers of institutional ageism, and this is one approach to overcome this construction of the life course that is imposed on us by the current institutional boundaries and regulations. There are first signs of preventing and enabling interventions in some countries, like early childhood education and support, new types of learning and schooling, education guarantees for adolescents, a retraining or full education as part of active labor market policies without recourse to age, but really small areas where this is possible. There have also been some experiments with life cycle savings account, working time accounts, time credits, and other reforms. But here we still need to work on smarter design. So we need to develop the active aging in a life course, active aging perspective in a life course perspective, and declutter the regulations based on chronological age boundaries, design opportunities for second and third chances across the life course with these transition benefits, for example. Reconsidering the value of unpaid work is much needed, and to disentangle the so-called rush hour of life. It was already mentioned that mainstreaming aging is in this context very important. To change things, we have to work across all sectors and levels of governance, and work together to combat institutional ageism. Thank you very much.
Torej, skupaj lahko to premagamo.
Together we can overcome all our difficulties and issues. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. Now we pass on to our second speaker, Mr. Dirk Jarret. The floor is yours, please.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the invitation and the honor to contribute some reflections to this important conference. When I was still a young man, and that is many years ago, I had an experience in a small town in South Norway named Kristiansand, which impressed me deeply. While walking in the street, a man in a car stopped at my side, pointed at a wheelchair in the back of the car, and shouted, "Help me!" I did so, and all of a sudden, he then said, "Stop helping me. I can do it alone." I was very surprised by this attitude, and then understood that he lives in a very different society from mine, from where I came, with very different attitudes. no, what I would call handicapism, as one could call it, no discrimination against persons with special difficulties, but a positive integration into society with considering them as normal persons one has to be attentive and respectful to. As a young sociologist, I was fascinated by my Norwegian experience and started reflecting on the issue of discrimination. With ageism in European society, we have the opposite, a negative view of a certain group of the population. It is connected with prejudices and rejections, meaning also isolation of the person, marginalization, and even social exclusion. Older persons are very often considered as less valuable persons, non-productive, and not presenting a promising target of investment, but rather as a burden to society. Somebody once said about them, quite ironically, that they are labeled as old, frail, and forgetful. And this also means as unhealthy, undynamic, costly, helpless, with need of organized care, attention, time, etc. There's a major difference between children who are helpless and need also care. They are considered quite differently. They will learn and grow, they are a good investment, they secure our future, etc. We can also notice that there's a general refusal of the recognition that the older ones in our society have imagined, created, and developed our today's appreciated living conditions, our possibilities, our comfort, etc. No real gratitude towards them and their achievements. So the problem is not a matter of individual disregard or attitudes towards older persons, but it is in reality a generalized attitude based on the background of an ideological concept of society at large. People may say easily, I have nothing against older persons, or I know very nice older persons, or my grandfather and my grandmother are just admirable and we love them so much, and so on. Still, the absolute fundamental right of dignity is too often refused to older persons. Other considerations seem to be much more important. Productivity and efficiency connected with an underlying concept of a monetary value of the person, or, on the other side, the costs they may produce, with the view of first growing and then declining when aging. But dignity is not an earned nor merited feature. It has to be understood as an unconditional attribute that every person is entitled to, young or old, in whatever condition, under whatever circumstances. I would like to offer from these reflections, personal reflections, the following statement. Ageism is not, in the first instance, a matter of individual deliberate behavior, but the result of a fundamental societal misconception on the value and position of its members during their life course and under specific conditions. Secondly, ageism cannot be healed in an effective and sustainable manner by just enhancing intergenerational cooperation, considering that the concept of generations includes already a kind of segregation based on age. Thirdly, ageism as a matter of a tacit non-respect of fundamental rights of a particular segment of society must be dealt with by a holistic approach aiming at a general change of awareness, understanding, and attitudes. As a kind of summary, I would now like to submit to the appreciation of stakeholders and decision makers 4 simple recommendations on how to effectively address ageism through advanced political strategies involving all citizens at all ages. The first issue to be dealt with is the need to fully recognize that ageism patterns, together with racism, sexism, and alike phenomena, belong to a category of negative and aggressive attitudes in our society directed towards specific groups of people deliberately judged as inferior, respectively considered as of minor value, and which on these grounds become innocent victims of exclusion and are seriously discriminated against. Consequently, it is of paramount importance and certainly of the state's responsibility to create and maintain, through well-conceived information campaigns and public debates, a general awareness, better understanding, and firm rejection of such unjustified behaviors in our society, which otherwise definitely erode fundamental human rights and consequently undermine very seriously social cohesion as a precondition of a humanistic democratic society. The second important measure to be taken is to familiarize our growing up children with the declared ethical principles, fundamental values, and central virtues of our society. As families, for various reasons, are decreasingly unable to perform this task, the responsibility must be entrusted to the care of educational institutions, starting at very early age with kindergarten. Children must learn, understand, and internalize as early as possible on which rights, obligations, and other fundamental principles a humanistic, value-based society can best function, and they must be intensely trained in social competences grounded on the recognition of diversity, the respect of everybody, and readiness to listen and to dialogue. Today's prevalence of natural sciences, technical know-how, foreign languages, and other profession-oriented disciplines in most education curricula must be counterbalanced by other so-called soft skills like problem solving, cooperation, and virtues like tolerance, respect, understanding, and solidarity, and so on, which are the glue of society and determine its quality. A third aspect of major concern must be the issue of why and how specific groups of the population are segregated and often discriminated against in society. This is particularly true for older persons, but also for persons with disabilities, foreigners, and even children. All too often, they are confined against their own preferences to live in physical, mental, linguistic, and cultural ghettos, which can constitute strong barriers against outside contacts, information, communication, learning from each other, and acting together. Patterns of segregation and exclusion, even if not voluntary, but called without alternatives, necessarily lead to prejudices, misunderstandings, erroneous judgments, and conflicts, and thus clearly counteract the principle of integration that promotes cooperation and mutual acceptance. Social policies and strategies must aim at creating more hospitable, enabling forms of living together in forms of multi-age housing, multicultural neighborhoods, in setups with great variety of socioeconomic and professional groups, in all of which the rules of coexistence must be negotiated and agreed upon through dialogue and co-decision. The fourth area that merits particular attention of decision makers is how to overcome the prevailing confinement of people in their specific environments or even isolation and solitude, be it in homes, educational institutions, work environment, or other structures. The challenge is to find out by which easy ways and means one can create new cross-cutting opportunities for persons of different ages and paths of life to meet each other under conditions that enhance exchange, dialogue, and even cooperation. There are lots of needs, interests, and preferences that people have in common at more or less all ages. The use of medical services, participation in sports activities, cultural and leisure options, and the like. Most of them can and should be organized in a manner that practically all members of society may easily benefit from them jointly and encounter each other in attendance rooms, mixed activity structures, mutual support groups, and so on. The issue just needs some explorative, innovative thinking in contrast to the slogan, "Oh, we have done it always this way." I remember that Marcus Tullius Cicero, more than 2,000 years ago, wrote, when he had already lived 62 years, in his treatise De Senectute, meaning on old age, the following, which has still a high significance for all of us. More than 2,000 years ago, he said, undoubtedly, the most suitable defense of old age are the principles and practice of the virtues, which, if cultivated in every period of life, bring forth wonderful fruits at the close of a long and busy career, because they never fail you, even at the very end of life. So let's keep in mind the following nice and poetic sentence. Age is a matter of mind. If you don't mind, it does not matter. Thank you very much.
Hvala vam, gospod.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jarre, for these words of wisdom. I hope everybody will keep these words in mind. We'll continue with Ms. Vitalia Gausaite-Uviti. I hope that you are connected. The floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers of this conference for inviting me to speak at this panel. And I'm so glad to listen to Dirk Jarre, that old connaissance and old partner in our standing working group on aging in the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, as well as Kyle Axering, who is one of the researchers that works with us continuously. And I think I did wisely in not preparing the PowerPoint presentation, because what Kai showed here, I think these are the main elements that I would have addressed in my presentation. But let me start that I would like actually to raise the question what we can do to live in a world of all ages. That's not, that life course approach is one of the parts of this element. And at the global level, an aspiration of developing a society for all ages is soundly backed by the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging that was adopted by countries in 2002. And by adopting this Madrid plan, the governments across the world committed to linking issues of aging to other policies, other frameworks for social and economic development and human rights, and in principle, endorsed the mainstreaming aging as the core in that process. Now we're nearly 20 years down the road, 2021 and 22. So though progressing, we're still not fully there. neither at national or international level. Take, for instance, 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development with its very comprehensive and important 17 goals for sustainable development and the main call for leaving no one behind. This agenda does not actually address demographic change as one of the key factors in sustainable development and only mentions older persons as a vulnerable group in a selected group of these sustainable development goals. And such a limited attention to demographic changes and to population aging, which is by now really recognized megatrend globally, also spills into the national level, what we see in the voluntary national reviews that are presented to the high-level political forum in New York every year. They tend not to address population aging or mention older persons practically at all, rarely. So on the other hand, the challenges of the population aging prevail in the media, in their policy and general discourse, often forgetting and often less putting, let's say, stress on what kind of opportunities the longevity now gives us, and if we understand them and use them. Living longer holds for individuals, economies, society at large, and how we can tackle the barriers that does not allow to use this potential. At the UN, at the United Nations Economic Commission in 2017, the Ministerial Conference on Aging was dedicated to realizing the potential of older persons. And practically this recognition of these opportunities was one of the core important elements. And we already raised at that time a lot of the speakers, but among them also Kai and then the Drvžare said that if we perceive longevity mainly as a fiscal pressure on the, or obstacle to economic growth, we may trigger reforms that result in rising inequality or exclusion. And I think Kai nicely presented this kind of cumulative disadvantages that we can have through our transitions of life. Of course, how we can get into unemployment or extended leaves of absence, or we need to take care, etc. So all these transitions, they accumulate one onto another, and they spill into our older age. Disability, health problems, caregiving, and if they are not sufficiently addressed, that is a big problem. We can trigger the reforms in the pension reform, social support, or even educational reforms that don't address rightly or even make more unequal societies in that way. But this type of thing also feeds into age-based stereotypes and negative attitudes towards older people. So manifestation of ageism in policy and politics still persists. And it is explicit, but more frequently implicit, and can reflect both negative and positive biases if we take some policies towards aging. Now these examples abound, and let's take these last 2 weeks, the Glasgow big summit on climate change. We saw a lot of discourse that tried to confront generations, tried to make show that the older generation are those beneficiaries and the younger generation are all the losing, and etc. So kind of building this aggression towards each other. Also in the digitalization, we heard today about how important digitalization is in our lives, but the advancement of digitalization in the policy and more actually into political discourse claims that older people are not so open to the digital innovation, or they cannot embrace it, etc. Also, not to mention some initial responses to the COVID pandemic, how the older persons were treated, or not only older, but actually when the strict measures were imposed, just simply based on certain age. In general, as well as in policy making, there is a prevailing tendency to address people as groups: young, middle age, old, women, men, persons with disabilities or migrants, which actually may limit understanding of the intersectionality and diversity within these groups. And potentially this hinders the development of better policies. A life course perspective is crucial in this respect, and it takes into account the life events, choices, forms of discrimination that impact individuals at present and in the future, and also projects this impact not only on the individual, but also on the family, community, and society at large. So let me come to the generational divide, digital divide. Come back to this element that I mentioned before, the example of this ageist discourse. The rapid advancement of new technologies continuously transform our life. And for most people, including older persons, this means that we have to embrace technology as a core part of everyday life and continuously adapt to and integrate these technologies into our daily routines, into our environment with assistive devices, with all the help that help older age in a way. How it's not so straightforward. And in the literature, there is this distinction between native, so-called digital natives, those who were born in '98 and later and were raised and educated in the digital era, while all others like me or like I, we are the immigrants into this digital world. We have to learn. So there is this our lifelong learning to adapt to it. And it's not to surprise if we see this big but continuously narrowing gap between of digital adopting the digital technologies between older and younger people. What this actually has to be taken into account, that digital divide, of course, exists in accessing, using, and benefiting from digital technologies. But age, however, is not the major factor here. This is the cumulative factors of age, gender, socioeconomic background, educational attainment, profession, place of living, being active in the labor market. These factors really matter and explain this digital divide much more than just simple age. Take the Eurostat data on the surveys that clearly showed about that there is notably high internet engagement by non-manual workers, by those urban dwellers, higher income groups, and those active in the labor market. It does not seem to be a surprise, but these cumulative factors often are not taken into consideration when policies and legal acts are enabled. It's similar also to the unemployment that was experienced in young age for longer term or late in coming to the labor market may end with a higher probability of being unemployed in pre-retirement years and in the worst socioeconomic situations. Quite a number of studies have shown that. So the life course perspective should help us to realize that older age is characterized by greater diversity than any other phase of life. And in that way, we can hopefully help to adopt policies that do not exclude or marginalize based simply on age, and consequently diminish room for ageism. Coming back to intergenerational relations and ageism and growing tension between generations. In this climate course discourse that kind of made me shiver from time to time when I was listening from Glasgow, especially media reports. And I think that Professor Leah Ayalon very nicely and very clearly put it in her article of last year, in 2020, that she published, that this is an attempt to solve one societal problem by instigating another, ageism or intergenerational tension. So that we kind of try to divert the attention from one another. It's also done often by perpetuating views that all the adults of today are better off than younger generations. Kai showed some data, yes, in a way, yes. But is that really fully true? Take facts for climate change. Today, or take 2003 heat wave in Europe, when we had so many deaths of older persons. And we have these repeated heat waves that are coming and coming up. And we have older persons suffering quite a lot. And even life expectancy, if we talk that now we will have the decline in life expectancy at birth for the younger generation due to the COVID, but it will be based, it's a probabilistic calculation, and this will be most likely based on the mortality much more increased in the old age. So current older generation is suffering more. So there is this kind of balance that has to be kept. So what we can do, let's focus on how to ensure this ideological political discourse being inclusive and respectful towards all age groups. All age groups, not only older or younger, but all age groups in society. And that government policies and strategies are based on a sound evidence that encompass life perspective. And we have to remember that legal and policy arrangements are not neutral. They may build in these ageist attitudes. And we heard already from Claudia Mahler that age is not always included as a ground for discrimination in many, even in many previous UN conventions, but also in numerous national legal acts. And policy intervention can start by revisiting already data collection that caps, for instance, respondent samples to a certain age, by introducing more longitudinal surveys that look into the life histories and evolving intergenerational relations, not to mention the need for more inclusive medical and pharmaceutical research. And interventions through education and intergenerational contacts, as rightly was mentioned already before, and also mentioned by Dirk here, are hugely important in addressing ageism at both individual and societal level. So let me stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Najlepša hvala.
Thank you very much for your contribution. So policies can only be as successful as they include all generations, also young people. This is why we are now calling on to Ms. Lucia Carneluti, youth delegate. She will present the view of young people. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I will also share my screen. I hope you can all see my screen. Yes? So a very warm welcome to all. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this conference on behalf of younger generation to present you our views, our perspective on this very important topic of ageism. We know that ageism is one of the most commonly accepted forms of discrimination. It is often rooted in other forms of discrimination that can be felt individually, but also in terms of communities and structures. And this, of course, hampers our opportunities for employment, social protection, political participation, and so on. This is not a problem that concerns only older persons, as we've heard from previous speakers. Ageism is also something that affects us, young people, and this is why it is important that we join forces, the older and the younger persons. I think that we have much more in common than it appears at first sight. The characteristics for which we are often discriminated are often contradictory. Young people are too young and older are too old. Young people are not experienced, older people are too experienced. But nevertheless, young people are often judged, saying that we are acting discriminatorily. But I think that most parts of discrimination are so ingrained in our society that we oftentimes even do not notice it. When we talk with our grandparents, we oftentimes avoid topics related to technology or what is going on around the world because we underestimate their capacity to grasp these topics. Then we have the QR codes, which, of course, are not always understood and easily manageable by older people. But it is not just young people. I think that the society as a whole does not know enough about aging and ageism, especially in intersection with other forms of discrimination. All of them have become a topical discussion, especially during this epidemic. Not knowing and not recognizing discrimination often leads to the lack of protection. I think that not knowing about ageism is not acceptable. I think that we need a life course approach, an intergenerational approach to ageism. Without that, we will not be able to fight the inequalities that are faced throughout our life. Young and older persons need to be heard and seen. We need to be seen as equal partners that can overcome stereotypes and prejudices. We should join forces to raise awareness because we see that discrimination is increasing year on year, and we should be able to find ways to reduce discrimination. There are several ways how young people could help address discrimination. First, we need to change our views on ageism. Our support to older people should not be seen as charity because older persons enjoy equal rights, and as a society, we owe it to the older persons to assure them their rights. We need to have a clear picture of the rights, and we need to focus on educational efforts and educational means to fight stereotypes. If we want to have a society which leaves no one behind, we need to act, and we need to act collectively to prevent discrimination. This way, we will be able to eradicate inequalities, and we need to strengthen our understanding of the society, not divided by a generation. This is why we need to foster the exchange of views and experiences. And if we are talking about the exclusion of older generations, we cannot overlook how this pandemic has unfolded. We've seen many deficiencies all around, and we've seen so many disparities between people and different generations. We've seen how ageism and discrimination of older persons is prevalent. Oftentimes, we've portrayed them as frail and fragile, and young people, on the other hand, were depicted as insensitive, prone to dangerous behavior. We know that these representations are very harmful and unjust because it also opposes generations one against another. It reinforces stereotypes instead of overcoming them. One thing that cannot be overlooked is also the voluntary engagement of many generations that came to the front during the pandemic. We've become a digitalized society in a digitalized world because the use of digital tools has improved. This is why we need to strengthen the access to digital structures, digital infrastructure. Older people oftentimes did not have access, especially because they were not so well equipped in digital skills. So they lacked social and health protection as well. So this COVID-19 crisis should serve as a call to action. All persons of all ages should play a part in the recovery. This is the only way to build a society on stronger foundations. Ageism should be eradicated, and we need to ensure the rights are fully granted and enjoyed by all persons of all ages. It is a matter of fact that everybody is aging, including me, and we all hope to age with dignity. My last request to conclude, I know that we are now talking about ageism and especially the effect of ageism on older persons, but I think that if younger persons can help in this, I would like to call on you to not forget about young people. And one of the effects of ageism is the negative consequences of younger generations as well. We oftentimes do not get a seat at the table. When we do, we can have an impact and we can help you fight ageism. And this is why we do need to join forces. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lucia Carneluti, for sharing the view of young people on our topic, which is, of course, valuable. This concludes the panel presentations, and we will start with a brief discussion or the question and answer session. So the first question for Mr. Leichsenring, you have mentioned the development of society and policies linked to aging, but how do you see the future development of these policies in practice?
Yeah, yes, if I only knew. Well, 30 years ago, I published one of my first edited books. This was on the future of aging. And at that time, I was, rather young and full of optimism that, and at that time, well, nobody talked about ageism, but we were very optimistic that that we could address and find policies to improve living conditions in societies with population aging, and we saw that there were possibilities, and of course that we had to overcome a number of issues. And one outcome of this was also of this thinking and of this mindset at the time was also what Vitalia mentioned and what ended in the Madrid International Plan on Action on Aging and so on. Many years have passed since then. Our issues are partly still the same, just what we heard about the intergenerational issues. So in the meantime, I turned 60 yesterday. So in the meantime, I became part of my target group of what I was doing research on during my career, and I'm. At the time, we said already, well, it will depend on these changing generational mindsets. We will have a new generation that will speak up. And partly we are still waiting for this. We are still waiting for a Greta in regarding ageism and regarding aging population, where Dirk was one of our leading figures in this. But we need a broader movement also of older people themselves to speak up and take this as an issue forward. This is all I can do. I can say at the moment, if I could see what the future brings, I would be very happy. But we have to construct this together, and especially with those who are aging from over the life course. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala.
Thank you very much for your answer. Everybody here in Slovenia, of course, wishes you all the best and a happy birthday. You are hiding your age really well. And now we continue with the next question for Mr. Gelé. How the sociological and anthropological findings support this life course perspective of aging?
Yeah, okay. I did not mention that in my youth, I was not only in Kristiansand in South Norway, but I spent 10 years in Black Africa. First for my university studies and later in a big educational project for several countries. What I have learned there was decisive for the rest of my life, because I saw well-functioning societies, small societies, village societies, not what we call modern societies, but traditional societies, where people had a high respect of older persons, because the tradition learned them or taught them that the older you get, the more you accumulate life experience and good judgment in most of the cases. And that the most important persons in a society are those with wisdom and who can bring together the different members of that society and advise them how to act. That is not only my experience in Africa. When you read old Greek literature, you see what the position of old men and old women was in traditional Greek society. And it was almost a sin not to honor the people. In modern society, we know that most of the past inventions and scientific discoveries and conclusions came from older persons. They knew how to bring different experiences together and how that can lead to new understanding of the world we live in and how the universe functions. What we need to understand today is that we, as the representative of youth said, is an intensive cooperation, co-working between the different ages. The young ones have the very much appreciated dynamism, the new ideas, they are courageous, they would like to change everything, and the more advanced ones are more cautious. They say, well, we have tried a couple of things, they went well, and we have tried other things which went to a disaster. So we should avoid the disasters and go for the well-functioning ones. And I would like to see in every institution and in every life situation the cooperation and not only the dialogue, but the co-working and mutual understanding between all these different ages. That would be very fruitful, but we still go on segregating them. And that is, I would say mildly, that is not good. We need to reflect and go away from our personal egoisms and say the others have something to say, and they have a lot to say. They have perhaps the other side of the medal, which they see and which they can contribute. And then we need to find out what is the best way for all of us when we look from the different sides. Well, that's all I have to say to that for the time being. Thank you.
Hvala vam za tale odgovor.
Thank you for this reply, and especially on your emphasis on intergenerational cooperation. I think that was one of the focus of today's conference, during which we wanted to invite to the floor people of different generations, because only together we can achieve changes. Only together we can overcome stereotypes and biases. My next question is for Ms. Vitalia. Can you maybe present an example of good practice related to ageism and life course perspective? I'm sure that you know of many examples of good practice that you can share with us.
The examples actually abound in certain confined areas. They are not so, let's say, scaled up in many cases. But of course, intergenerational solidarity examples we saw, especially during the COVID period, how especially in the beginning of the 2020, in the March, May, this period was just booming. And you've got the calls from the younger and older generations how to work together. When the older generations were asked to stay at home, younger generation, volunteering younger people came to the doors and rang the bells or hang the announcements on the doors saying that we can deliver, we can help you, etc. So these are one-off examples. They are not always that they persist, and we saw also that they started dying up by end of the 2020. It was less and less possible. Why? Also because there were other structures that came into there were social services, other services, commercial services that came into it and replaced them. But I wanted to actually reflect a bit on the not on the just good example, but also on Dirk's mentioning about this wisdom and about carrying on the messages. I think currently we don't really see how the use of the digital technology, but also artificial intelligence, changed this attitude of the younger generation towards older generation. Do we really need to hear firsthand from the older generation about the experiences if we can Google it? If we can get the artificial intelligence to bring all this wisdom that is already in the Greek literature, it is there, we can bring to us forward. But the question is, do we learn better when we just click and read online, or we do learn better when we are in contact with the older generation? And I think this is a very important element, that there is a need to have a contact. There is a need to speak, to work together, to do together. And the recent survey run by the University College of London on the loneliness and isolation of older persons during their COVID period really showed that this loneliness and isolation can be countered, but not just by 1 or 3 times coming and delivering and talking, but by working together, by learning together, by going and doing things together and repetitive, not just one-off. And there are many examples. We had Moldovan example in the Republic of Moldova, that their cell phones and iPads were given to the older persons to be able to connect, and they learned how to use with an assigned younger person who would come and 3 times a week, twice a week, afterwards once a week, to work and explain and re-explain and show and help and write and do. And that, not only that person started using iPad, but the older person had a contact with the younger generation. And this younger generation worked, also learned from the older person and started appreciating. In the societies that now children are just a scarcity in a way, we have less and less children, and in our region by 2023 we will have only less children by below 14 than 65 plus. So this contact is the most important. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala za tale.
Thank you very much for this response. Another question, this time for Ms. Carneluti. If we go back to what we just heard, does Google really know everything, or is personal contact more valuable? What do you think? What is your experience in intergenerational cooperation? I think Google probably does not know everything. What do you think about this?
Well, definitely.
Yes, definitely. Google does not know everything, especially throughout the pandemic. I think that young people saw more and more often that despite this increased digitalization in all spheres of life, I think that young people started to appreciate more the contacts in person. When we held so many contacts online, we really started to appreciate more the contacts with our peers and also with older persons in person, live, physically. During the pandemic, I also taught my grandparent a lot of things regarding digital tools, but I think that this intergenerational relation is most effective when it is conducted in person. So physically, I think that all these practices that we've had in the past, I think 1 week ago, we had a discussion, a debate with the Pensioners Association Federation. We believe that the pandemic has shown us where are the areas of cooperation, where is the potential for increased cooperation. It does not concern only digital spheres. It does not only concern personal contacts, but we can also maybe find ourselves midway, maybe even in hybrid form. I think that today's conference is also, in a way, a form of intergenerational cooperation. It is held in a hybrid format, and it allows the participation of different people of different generations from all parts of the world. And I think that this is one of the good examples that can contribute to our understanding. But I think that to answer your question, digital world will never replace, not by long shot, real physical contact between people. And this is why we need to foster this personal contact between generations as well.
Najlepša hvala.
Thank you very much for this answer. This concludes our second panel. I would like to thank all our speakers. We will now have a lunch break for about an hour. We will return at 1:45 with our afternoon session and the third panel on intergenerational cooperation as a way to combat ageism. And now lunch break. We'll see you back at 1:45. Enjoy your lunch.
Dear participants, welcome back. We will continue with the third session today that addresses intergenerational cooperation as a way to combat ageism. Intergenerational solidarity is one of the fundamental values of the European Union that stresses the importance of intergenerational cooperation. In modern societies, there are less contacts between generations, and intergenerational cooperation is weakened, and therefore it is important to prevent the spread of intergenerational conflict, lack of solidarity, and an increase in ageism. Research has shown that intergenerational cooperation or activities enriched with education are one of the most effective measures to combat ageism. We have heard this on several occasions today. How should generations connect? In which fields? What are the benefits? How does the intergenerational cooperation is to be promoted? So this is addressed today. Also in this session, and the panel speakers are Mr. József Ramós, head of Anton Trstenyák Institute of Gerontology and Intergenerational Relations. For many years, his activities have focused on intergenerational solidarity in the national and international framework. And our next panelist is Mrs. Sara Santini, senior researcher from the National Institute of Health and Science on Aging from Ancona in Italy. So this is another Mediterranean Italy with an example of cooperation between generations. As the old persons are a very heterogeneous group, we should be aware that there are also differences between the member states of the EU when it comes to values, traditions, family manners, the mindset about the perception of age or ageism. And we'll also be joined by Ms. Maria Petkova, board member of Older Women's Network Europe, and Ms. Sibylle Reichert, the executive director of the Association Internationale de la Mutualité. For long, they have been aware of the importance of intergenerational solidarity and life course perspective. So welcome to all of you. And before we start, I would like to remind you that after the presentations by the speakers, there will be time for the Q&A session. So I would now like to ask the speakers to stick to the 15 minutes allotment so that we really have some time for discussion. So this third session, this third roundtable will be held in the same format as the previous two. So we will start with Mr. Ramós. So Mr. Ramós, the floor is yours.
Well.
So we can hear and see each other. So, welcome. Intergenerational cooperation prevents ageism. This is our topic. And now I would like to ask the directors to start my presentation. So, the second dimension of ageism is subjective ageism, when older people do not integrate age in their identity, and both dimensions of ageism strengthen each other and are codependent. So what comes first, subjective or objective ageism, is the same as the question, who was first, the hen or the egg? So the differences are between the view on the human life, the life course aspect. This is the first preventive measures, and the second one is a quality intergenerational connection. This is especially effective in preventing the social ageism, whereas the first one prevents subjective ageism. Our research and good practice has shown that the norm for quality intergenerational cooperation is the fact that throughout our lives, once a week, we have for an hour a contact that is nice or pleasant with a person of a younger generation, an hour with a person of middle age, and 1 hour with an older person. And the stress here is that this contact needs to be frugal for both sides, and it must be nice, beautiful, or pleasant. And this must be enjoyed throughout our lives. But we should stress that with the group intellectual learning that we are used to in our society, with presentations, reading, audio, visual methods, and so on, but only in practice. The social group learning is successful only in this way. Yeah, then the learning of productive communication in smaller groups of 12 people, more or less. And this, for the purposes of intergenerational cooperation, it is important that the personal experience of all the participants is enriched, while also the modern scientific findings are enriched. So this means that with this method, the communication channels are open both ways for all the participants. The method of this sort of learning is a purposeful tool for intergenerational cooperation. It has been developed and used in Slovenia for programs that are friendly to local older communities. This is the program of the World Health Organization and the European Union to manage demographic trends of aging. So the Slovenian network of age-friendly towns and cities is part of the global network. However, some programs have been invented and launched by our Slovenian network. These are examples of establishing connections between generations and prevention of ageism. The first such examples are age-friendly rural communities or cities. An example of such good practice is the rural municipality of Žiri. The action group is in this sort of communities composed of the actors of local policy, local administration, and other expert fields like health and so on, and the representatives of the NGOs. The action group from Žiri has defined the construction of a residential home for old persons in their town as a priority. So a modern residential home for older persons that serves as a center also for long-term care. This action group has been very active, and they have just completed the construction of the residential home for 60 residents. So this home will fulfill the current and future needs. So in this municipality, in Jiri, their participation or cooperation in the European Development Program is to be highlighted. Jiri and the Anton Trsteniak Institute of Gerontology and Intergenerational Relations are partners from Slovenia in this project. Together with them, equal partners are local communities and expert organizations from France, Germany, Italy, and Austria. Together, we are developing connecting methods for old friendly community in the Alpine region. So the local action group for an age-friendly municipality or city or community is an effective, innovative example of good practice that connects generations. Next slide, please. The second example of good practice that connects generations and thus reduces ageism in society or community is the local group for quality aging. So through informing about the demographic tasks, the members of all generations are trained to lead small community groups in villages and so on. So with the development of this voluntary network and through the expert support provided across Slovenia, we have several years of experience. Several thousand of volunteers were trained, and they lead several hundred groups, or they are in individual contact with an older person. So this is, on the one hand, a very good remedy that prevents loneliness among older people and also connects young with the older population. In these small groups, the two of generations also master the skills on how to combat ageism. So we also have programs that prevent old persons from falling. Then one is also called a granny on loan, for example. These are those older persons that don't have their own grandchildren and then take care of the grandchildren of other families that, on the other hand, lack grandparents. And the third example of good practice is training, as well as local and national connections between family and other informal carers. We know the data for Slovenia show that family members, neighbors, and other informal carers provide care to 75% of those who are regularly in need of assistance in daily activities or chores. So for over 2 decades, we have been developing a special course. So this is group social learning courses that are adjusted to the needs and the abilities of these persons. We all know that they don't have enough time and that they are constantly under stress. This has also been revealed by data. So the understanding of age-related problems, skills for communication with the diseased, and for the provision of quality care to a family member are just as important as skills how to protect your own health, so the health of a carer. So training and local links with carers is an example of good practice in Slovenia. It helps create pleasant relations with those that are most vulnerable in a community. And by way of conclusions, we can say that these free programs and similar programs that work on the basis of the social learning method as a tool for intergenerational connections. So the two programs and the method in many Slovenian towns and cities spread the competence for quality and healthy aging. So the primary effect is the quality aging and the development of an age-friendly community. And an important side effect, so to speak, is the prevention of a social or subjective ageism. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala, gospod Ramovš, za to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramovš, for this presentation. And let me explain to all the participants that the PowerPoint presentation in the Slovenian language will also be made available in the English language, so that it will be understandable to all the participants. And our next speaker now, Mrs. Sara Santini.
Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to share my screen. Yes.
Yes, of course, you can.
Okay. Can you look at the screen?
Not yet, but...
Now?
Just a second. Yes, now we can see it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We can start so. I'm pleased to be here with you and share the results from my research on IG cooperation in Italy. Sorry. Okay. This is the title of my presentation. These are the contents of this presentation. After a brief introduction, we will go to stress evidences of intergenerational conflict and ageism in Italy, and then good practices for counteracting ageism, and final remarks and suggestions will be provided. From categorizing by age to ageism is a short step. When we interact with people, we categorize them based on their age, along with the gender and race. To use age as the only criterion to know and understand a person becomes a problem when the age is used to limit the access to resources and services, and this is ageism. The Patras paper published on the gerontologist and giving the most common definition of ageism contributed to focalize the public attention to the discrimination of older people, but it also contributed to shadow another group of people particularly hit by aging, the youngsters. The older and the younger, in fact, are the two age groups that ageism damages the most. They are targeted by prejudice as their social status is inferior to that of adults that are the prototypes of the human beings, and they are have less money, less power, less consideration. As we heard from Mrs. Mahler today and from other speakers, ageism can happen at a different level in the society. It can develop from the exacerbation of intergenerational disagreement and recriminations on different topics, for example, climate, sustainability of pension system, or the access to the labor market. Intergenerational conflicts pave the way to a negative thinking and then to negative behavior towards older and younger people. Focusing on the evidences of intergenerational conflict in Italy, there are four main areas of conflict in Italy, mainly concerning scarce goods, the access to the labor market, to the economic resources, to acute care, healthcare services, and finally, concerning the change of social representation of generations. It is a common opinion within the Italian population that the extension of the retirement age to 67 years blocked the employment of new and young workforce. Even if several studies at international level carried out and denied this belief, it is a matter of fact that in Italy, adults and young people struggle accessing well-paid and permanent jobs in front of a population of newly retired people who can enjoy of a certain economic stability. For example, with the pandemic in Italy, the needs of young people not in employment, education and training in the age range 15-24 have increased from 22% to 23% in 1 year from 2019 to 2020. Considering young people between 20 and 34 years, the percentage of needs in Italy is considerably higher than the EU average, and women are the most penalized in 2020. Considering the access to economic resources, in 2020, the Italian older people ages 65 and over had an average wealth more than 13% higher than the average of all Italian age groups, while that of millennials was more than 54 lower than this average. In the last 2 years, the expenditure for consumption of Italian older people increased by more than 4 points percentage, and that of millennials decreased by 3%. Noteworthy, in Italy, in the absence of a system that guarantees equity, balance, and economic solidarity between generations, older adults help their children and grandchildren economically and often share home with them for a long time. However, this type of a private out-of-pocket help based on the personal assets of some wealthy families leaves behind young people from low-income families, so perpetuating economic inequalities from generation to generation and strengthening grudge and anger in the youngsters. Concerning the access to the acute healthcare services in Italy, the health emergency from COVID-19 pandemic contributed to widening the intergenerational divide. In this period, in many Italian regions, we witnessed the choice from doctors who did have to offer intensive medical care to young people instead to older ones, due to the dearth of oxygen masks. Since the triage was performed mainly based on chronological age, older adults have been at higher risk of a violation of human rights during the outbreak. During the pandemic, older people were labeled as prevalent victims of the youngster irresponsible behavior, and young people were labeled as plague spreaders in Italy by both mass media and social media. Help the older as volunteers, but they haven't had the same attention from media. Worldwide, the intergenerational contacts were portrayed as the main problem and source of virus spreading. As consequence, the hashtag OKBoomer and Boomer Remover have become popular also in Italy, stressing the division between the generations. As a result of this ageist campaign, about 50% of Italian millennials believe today that in an emergency, it is right that young people are treated before the older, and 35% of them are convinced that the public spending for the older people, from pension to health, is too much to the detriment of young people. It is clear that this situation created many social tensions and prepared fertile ground for ageism. We need, therefore, good practices for fostering the intergenerational cooperation in our communities. According to the intergroup contact theory, fostering a cooperation between generations is considered a key action for combating aging. In fact, the cooperation entails to live, stay, and work side by side, and these activities have known each other, overcome the stereotypes, and abandon the prejudice. In the last 10 years, and especially from 2012, year of active aging and intergenerational solidarity, many initiatives flourished in Italy, aimed at fostering the cooperation and a dialogue between generations. Often, they were funded by the European Union programs, but unfortunately, rarely they involved research organizations responsible for the outcomes assessment. 2 IG programs were carried out by IRCA to address the need for intergenerational cooperation. The first in the labor market through the Be the Change program, the second in the social and healthcare sector through the Let's Regenerate programs, both involving the most underrepresented young cohorts that are needs and adolescents. The Erasmus Plus project Be the Change was carried out between 2016 and 2018. This project was based on an intergenerational learning approach. The project was aimed at developing a methodology for the transmission of entrepreneurial competencies from older adults entrepreneurs to needs, testing the methodology effectiveness and drawing up guidelines for the recognition and validation of entrepreneurial competencies acquired throughout the training. Participants were 41 older adults entrepreneurs and 33 needs. The program targeted these 2 groups for acquiring mentoring competencies concerning older entrepreneurs and concerning needs for improving their entrepreneurial competencies. To this purpose, a set of quantitative and qualitative evaluation tools were developed for monitoring participants' learning outcomes, and thematic analysis for qualitative data and descriptive analysis for quantitative were carried out. These are the main findings. The 1 year of the training fostered several older adults entrepreneurs mentoring competencies, for example, the capability of building up trust and mutual esteem, and the capability of encouraging and inspiring needs. Mentoring session, on the other hand, with entrepreneurs bettered many mentees' entrepreneurship dimensions, for example, problem solving, communicating, and activity planning. The program had a positive impact on mentors by increasing their sense of usefulness, and on mentees by enhancing their self-knowledge and recognition of their own values. The Let's Regenerate project was carried out in 2012 in Ancona, in the center of Italy. It was funded by INRCA. This 1 year reserve action was aimed at prompting institutionalized older people and adolescents in the community to enhance intergenerational ties and solidarity and cooperation. Participants were 25 14-year-old students and 3 teachers from a junior secondary school, 16 older residents and 3 social workers of residential care facilities for older people, and finally 16 older volunteers. The studied outcomes were measured by 3 times qualitative interviews. These are the results of this project. Before the program, students, Italian students, described the relationship between young and older people essentially as a conflict of interest, as plastically highlighted when one pupil is remarking, the elderly are a burden for young people who cannot find work. Italy is a country made of old people, and young people have to pay them pensions. At the end of the program, the conflict gave way to friendship, empathy, listening, and mutual understanding, as underlined by this student. Friendship between young and older people is possible, and it is good. We can try to be more understanding towards older people and put ourselves in their shoes. We should not exclude them from society, but exploit their experience for better facing life problems and tasks, making them feel useful. Concerning the impact of the program on older people, before the intervention, older people had a generally negative perception of youth, as many of them thought young students were egoist, dishonest, lazy, and not devoted to the family. A woman said, there cannot be a relationship between young and older people because the first are unable to listen and the second are boring. At the end of the program, the feeling of being able to have meaningful relationship with younger pupils started building a significant hindrance to the sense of usefulness that some of the older people felt in the nursing home. For example, one of them said, I learned that I can talk to a guy about my past. I never thought that a young person like me might be interested in an old man like me. The lesson learned from these two studies is that in the social and healthcare sector and at the community level, these programs can foster the interaction between different ages, help overcome age-related stereotypes in all generations, improve older people's mental well-being, and advance youngster pro-social behavior, and finally drive them to recognize the human, relational, and social value of older people and generate multiple and more correct representations of aging. In the labor market, the program for the cooperation can be improved at company level for hindering any type of ageism at the workplace. Intergenerational activities should be part of the daily educational and training activity of private companies, educational bodies, and public organizations for fostering the handover of knowledge and competencies. We suggest to walk the co-play way when we want to carry out IG studies and programs. The premise is that the intergenerational activities are more effective when they include games with a high level of interaction and fun for participants. The co-play way entails the following actions: co-designing the program with youngsters, adults, and older people living in the community, for example, through blended learning networks techniques. Observing and assessing intergenerational interaction by specific tools developed by the social sciences. Planning long-lasting intergenerational programs, at least 1 year long, based on 1 meeting per week in order to build friendship and trust by integrating intergenerational activities into the participant daily routine, leaving a tangible sign as testimony of intergenerational cooperation, a mural, a garden, and so on, agreeing a common objective to reach. And finally, yielding to digital intergenerational activities for promoting the inclusion of older people in social media to make the voices of older adults heard, to make different hashtags in social media. We need to take into account the needs of young and old together by gathering data and carrying out research to combat aging and build communities. Offices and health and social care services are not based on the concept of segregation by age, but rather on that of integration of all ages through the contamination of ideas, needs, emotion, and practice. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Santini. And the third speaker is Maria Petkova. So, Ms. Petkova, please go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from different generations. Let me share my screen. Does it work?
Not yet, but we're waiting.
I'm advised in a moment to tell me how to do it. Because from what I see, I think it has to be shared now.
We can share this PowerPoint, so you just...
You don't see it, right?
Okay, now we share your PowerPoint, so you can go on. Thank you.
I have no... Oh. I think I did it, right?
Pardon?
I think I did it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see it. So go on. Thank you very much. Okay.
Today I have this privilege to speak on behalf of Older Women Network. And it's an organization that for years has been one of the very few channels across Europe for sharing the knowledge, the skills, the vast life experience of older women. And we do this to make women, especially older women, more visible, to challenge the negative stereotypes based on age, gender, origin, you name it, but also to bring the gender dimension to the discussion on aging. And here I want to thank the organizer of today's high-level European conference for having us at the conference. We feel that we belong to this conversation. And we also appreciate the invitation because it tells us that we share the same belief, that any aspect of gender discrimination or ageism or any other kind of discrimination should be addressed at all stages of life. And we also believe that life course approach and intergenerational solidarity are the very fundament for dignified life for women of all ages. And I stress on all ages, but we also know that older people, and especially older women, are not a homogeneous group. And among the very old, about 2/3 are older women. Some time ago, David Bowie have said, aging is an extraordinary process where you become the person you should always have been. I think this is great, isn't it beautiful? And still, there's ageism in stereotypes, in prejudice, and discrimination. And we know that there are 3 successful strategies for reducing it. And these are based on policy, educational intervention, and intergenerational context. Today, I will concentrate on education and intergenerational context, but we truly believe that these 3 strategies should go together. Because we know that the way humans think and feel and act very much depends on very many elements in our daily life, and that is happening very, very early in our life. We would like really to see people from different generations together in education and work in healthcare, but also in community life, in parks and streets. What we also expect and like to see and hear, it's not just about the needs and the difficulties and the problems of older people, but more about their competencies, their skills, their knowledge, their role, the contribution that older people, and especially older women, have been reflected in the public speaking, in the news, in art, in all various fields of life. And a few days ago, at a big meeting with non-government organization, I mentioned something about the role of older women. And there was someone who raised the question, so why women? Why older women? Because well-functioning societies are based on the horizontal principles of reason, participation, competencies, and cooperation. And because everyone has to be involved in the discussion about the future of the society, and everyone has to speak, the right to speak and to listen to what others have to say. As older women, we know because of our life and working experience for decades of years, we know that older women, in their enormous diversity, contribute huge, often unseen, unrecognized, but critical support to their families, to their communities, and economies for decades through their paid and unpaid work. And speaking about cooperation, we all know it's a great concept. It sounds fantastic, but it doesn't come naturally. Cooperation is something that is built on a dialogue between equal players, that is based on shared goals, on common direction, on mutual understanding. And mutual understanding comes from communication and knowing each other and trusting each other and just being together with each other. And there's this nice story of Michel Serres about the bread and the poem. And he says, if you have a bread and I have €1 and I buy the bread, then I have a bread, you have €1, and it's fair, it's market. But if you know a poem and if you teach me the poem, then I will have a poem and you have the poem too. And this is growth, this is culture. And I thought, what a beautiful example of cooperation. And in cooperation, we see a few areas that are really important for bringing the different generations together. From these collaborative initiatives called Living, Learning, and Earning Longer, we found data that tells us that the 60-plus population is actually growing much faster than the other overall population. And because people live and work longer, currently we have 4, some people even say 5 generations working side by side. And even in the 21st year of the 21st century, we're not absolutely sure what exactly the professions of the future are going to be and how the workspace will look like in the future. But there's one thing that we know for sure, and this is the fact that the workforce is going to be multi-generational for the years to come. But when I say multi-generational workforce, we know that there are people at the working age who are already thinking and planning how this is going to be organized and be happening. And we see that 83% of executives believe that multi-generational workforces are key to business success. Multi-generational teams perform better. And this is on the side of managers. But also we see a very similar feedback from employees, where more than 2/3 of the workers actually are happy to work with people from different generations. Older people enjoy the creativity of younger colleagues, and the younger ones appreciate the experience and working and life experience and wisdom of old colleagues. But there's not just multi-generational aspect in the working force. There's also multi-generational aspect in consumers. And it's not a surprise that the taste or the expectations of an age-diverse market could only be really well served with an age-diverse workforce. Not to mention that the group of consumers aged 50 plus are globally colliding as a multi-trillion economy. Education is other very well known to each of us, but it's a very important area for communication and for meeting other people. And we know that humans learn from birth to a very old age. And we also know that the age of teachers is going up. And we also know that the majority of teachers, especially in kindergarten, in primary and elementary schools, are females. And these are factors that I'm just mentioning for us to be aware of when talking about education and educational establishment, to be aware that, we actually have two, maybe more generations teaching together. And it's not just this, because teachers are only one group of the main players in education. The other group being children and young people, and also their parents. So educational establishments are these places where many generations meet and coexist and communicate. And it's really important for all of us to be aware of the changes that are happening. I'm going to only mention two elements. One is images of older people, and especially older women, in books, textbooks, educational materials, films, clips, you name it, because stereotypes start in a very, very early age. And when these are confirmed in educational establishments, it's really difficult to tackle them later on. And the digital divide. We used to call it digital divide for some time, but then all of a sudden last year, the digital reality was the one that brought us so many children and teachers together. And still we have children globally to have their education in digital platforms. But education on a digital platform from home, as we know, brought a lot of challenges, families, family life and community life. And we know that from all contexts, the contacts between different generations in daily life are the most effective, the most comforting, the most desired in a way. And when I say contacts in daily life, we really mean contacts in public spaces like parks, cafes, museums, but also public speaking. And when I say public speaking and also art, I mean older people not just being an audience, not just being sitting around, but also be the protagonists of movies and novels and lectures, and also be the performers, to be the active part of this coexistence, which we really want to be a cooperation. In families and communities, what we see over the last year or so is that this is also changing because of the virtual reality and mixing family meetings on screens and work. And we know that, and we appreciate that the European Union has started a number of initiatives like the lifelong learning program, which has a huge potential. Part of it is still unutilized. But we would suggest like elements of intergenerational learning, sharing, and the different initiatives that would really give a push to intergenerational initiatives. We all see the European Day of Solidarity between Generations as an opportunity for us to share, because it's a shared world. And we know that the world doesn't change by anyone's opinion, and the only way to change it is by our examples and our actions. And once again, we're just before making this step from knowing to doing. As older women, we are aware that it's not such an easy thing to make a step together with all the different generations, but we know that this is possible. And I will briefly go through a few different examples. And this is living of people from at least 3 generations, organized by different organizations in the Netherlands. And so this is care homes and small communities where young people help older residents and they share their everyday lives. Or Italy, where the National Forum of Family is running the project about intergenerational communication and exchange. And in this project, people from different generations come together and evaluate their experience, and then they go to the next community and they adapt the project and they disseminate what they have learned. In Germany, there's a nice working for years now, example of older people from the community who visit on a daily basis family centers for small children and family, and they have children and young mothers or maybe young parents, and they spend time together, and the majority of those older people live lonely in this place. They may have their children and their relatives somewhere else in Germany, maybe in another country, maybe even in another continent. In Bulgaria, we have a long tradition of a week at the end of April, where various initiatives bring people from different generations together in organized activities based on cooperation and exchange. And there's a new initiative starting this month about older people being engaged in local museums. Because a big part of older women and grandmothers are well known for telling stories. I'd like to finish my presentation with a story about an apple. And this is the story. There are movements that awaken the past. I slowly peel an apple with a pocket knife. I watch the spiral of the peel curling. I wipe a drop of apple juice in the knife. My hand remembers my father's hand, which remembers my grandfather's hand. Not me. My hand remembers. Not me. My grandfather cut the apple. The 3 of us follow happily. And this is a short story from a book of Giorgi Gospodinov, who just recently received the 2021 Italian award Premio Strega Europea. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Hvala, gospa Petkova.
Thank you, Ms. Petkova, for the very insightful presentation. We are also joined by Sibyl Reichert, who will share her experience and knowledge. Please, the floor is yours. Apparently, there are some technical glitches. We'll wait for a few more seconds for the connection to be on again.
Čakamo na gospo Sibila Reichert. Upam, da
We are waiting for Ms. Sibyl Reichert.
Organized it as well as through the Age platform for the engagement in this important topic and co-organizing this event. So my introduction is actually, I give a small overview of the slides. Can you go on, please? I will explain you what AIM is, why we are here today, and I will present you some multidimensional solutions and examples from our members, and conclude with why mutuals are important for this topic that we deal today. So we already heard from Mr. Ramos early on about this egg and hen question. So the question is, do we boost intergenerational cooperation as a way to combat ageism, or do we combat ageism as a way to boost intergenerational cooperation? Indeed, I firmly believe that both actions are deeply intertwined, and that action is needed on both aspects to achieve greater results. Many of the previous interventions pointed at solutions and strategies that would undoubtedly contribute to answer this panel's question, which in the end is about regaining a deeper sense of solidarity in our societies. But before I give a shot at answering that question, I would like to introduce you to AIM and explain a question that many of you might ask themselves: what are the payers doing in a conference about ageism? So AIM is the international umbrella organization of federations of health mutuals and health insurance funds. We have 55 members in 28 countries around the world, in Europe, Latin America, and Africa, and the Middle East. And in Europe, we represent about 200 million people. What brings all our members together are our core values, and they are also important in understanding our views regarding aging and ageism. So they are solidarity, not-for-profit, and democracy. The role of our members regarding aging is that we are, of course, payers of long-term care and health services, but in some countries, mutuals are also providers and manage, for example, nursing homes and homes for older people. In other countries, mutuals do not carry out any of those functions, and yet they have a key role to play. Indeed, the role of mutuals is not limited to the simple reimbursement of medical acts or long-term care services. The mutual movement contributes to the development of social protection based on solidarity by adapting to the needs of society. To do so, they follow the health in all policies approach, ensuring people that are in good physical and mental health by ensuring access to affordable and qualitative service, but also acting on their broader environment as to improve their quality of life by, for example, boosting social interaction, breaking isolation, or making the most of new technologies for the well-being of their affiliates, as you will see with some examples that I will provide later. So how can we boost intergenerational solidarity and tackle ageism? The COVID-19 pandemic has put intergenerational solidarity in the spotlight and underlined its value. It also revealed the deep societal impact that the lack of it can cause. Fostering intergenerational solidarity requires a whole of society approach, one that looks across all sectors and policies. For my intervention, I will focus on 5 aspects: education, labor market, cities and communities, decision-making, and ICT. Coming to education, and Maria has already cited some examples from education. Fighting stigma and negative attitudes related to aging means overcoming deeply anchored stereotypes. The Cambridge Dictionary, for example, defines old as having lived for a long time, no longer young, or belonging to the past. Older people are seen as disconnected from the present, and old age is understood as the lack of youth. It is time to shift that vision and focus on the positive aspect of aging. Older people are actually often more present. They know the value of time. They are more experienced and have a good sense of priorities. But again, these are also stereotypes in the end. Aging does influence our personal development, but age does not define us. Those stereotypes, of course, also affect younger generations too, who are at times depicted as irresponsible, lazy, selfish, and unqualified. Those stereotypes are an obstacle to increased intergenerational contacts and cooperation. Age is a social construct that needs to be deconstructed and reconstructed. It is vital to overcome discriminatory labels based on age. Overcoming them and avoiding that any age group feels marginalized or excluded requires first and foremost educating people from an early age, but also throughout the lifespan. Schools' attitudes to age start to form in early childhood. It is therefore vital to ensure that school curricula aim at fighting discrimination, including on basis of age, and that the teaching personnel adopts a positive attitude and wording towards people of all generations. Creating opportunities for intergenerational contact is also a role that educational settings can play. For example, by inviting older people to share their knowledge with younger generations. Employers, and also they have a role to play in education. They can overcome stereotypes at the workplace and ensure intergenerational collaboration at the workplace. Governments and social partners should ensure that employers are properly informed about the risks of ageism and provided with the tools to handle it, if necessary, included in non-traditional employment situation or conditions, such as, for example, platform work or telework. And then I come to health professionals. The healthcare workforce must be properly trained in order to ensure a better knowledge of the needs of all generations and avoid situations whereby the needs of older people are not considered as they should be. That means, amongst other, acquiring skills which might not be traditional offered in their current curriculum. For example, focus on geriatric care, ICT, etc. In addition, it is also vital to enhance intergenerational contacts during the studies and make sure trainings take place in a geriatric environment. That is what our French Federation of Mutuals has done in Limoges, and I give now an example. It's called Aimer. It's a generational housing, and it's actually an innovative accommodation solution for students and seniors. This residence combines adopted accommodation for the older people and shared student accommodation within the same building complex in order to encourage intergenerational relations. This residence offers older people a secure and friendly environment, and the students offer their help when needed, like, for example, for shopping, conversation, or sharing meals. In return, they are provided with accommodation at a lower cost. This initiative is a response to both the isolation of older people and the precariousness of the younger generation. I come to the second focus of my presentation. This is the labor market. According to the European Commission, an EU citizen spends on average 37 hours a week working. It means that still on average, a European spends about a quarter of its time at work. The workplace is thus a key setting on which to focus to boost intergenerational solidarity and tackle ageism. Employers should value both younger and older people's experience and contribution to productivity. Many people are fit and willing to work longer. However, an important precondition is the setting of sound occupational health and safety rules throughout the career and the adoption of workplaces. We need national and European occupational safety and health strategies and measures in order to achieve a working life that is inclusive for all workers at all ages. The new EU strategic framework on health and safety at work can also play a key role in putting young and old age-related concerns at its core. All EU and national level legislation must guarantee that there is no form of discrimination. AIM encourages comprehensive and coordinated health and safety policies both at European and national level to implement the active inclusion of people affected by mental illness and chronic diseases in the labor market. We often think of intergenerational solidarity as the youth having to economically contribute in order to support the old. However, older people can also bring valuable contributions to societies through volunteer work, part-time coaching, and mentoring of companies or entrepreneurs, caring for their grandchildren or family members in need of long-term care, and many other community initiatives. Those contributions are as valuable as any traditional jobs and should be recognized as such. I will give you an example later on about farmers' business transfers. I come to the third point, which is the cities and communities. 20th century societies based on opportunity and achievement favored the development of small nuclear families, which were better suited than large intergenerational ones. Yet nowadays there's a clear will from citizens to move toward a more sustainable growth model. And we have the Sustainable Development Goals that help with that. Models that put environmental sustainability and cooperation rather than competition at their core, models like the social economy, and these models are based on communities, and they play a crucial role in boosting intergenerational cooperation. We should take advantage of the current political momentum, such as the Green Deal, the Social Economy Action Plan, etc., to truly support those models and help them expand as they truly build the social cohesion. Age-friendly environments are places in which people, regardless of their potential limitations, can age safely according to their choices. Environments where they are protected and can continue to develop professionally if they wish to do so, and urban planning as well, like the creation of collective spaces to encourage meetings and forge social relationships. We should also encourage healthy mobility, to cite but a few. So our best practice example is actually precisely about an age-friendly environment, which facilitates intergenerational interaction amongst other things. It's called Vivagora, Positive Health and Aging. And this project implements the concept of health in all policies for the development of an intergenerational housing project that aims to break solitude. The project creates an intergenerational housing complex that ensures a mix on several levels: age, social, cultural, disability, etc. It allows to provide favorable and accessible housing solutions for single parent families, young couples, disabled people, etc. It enables each person to keep his or her self-determination and to participate in the community life. Wherever possible, the project develops spaces for social activities, representing an added value for the extended community. And then I come to the fourth point, that is the decision-making. People from all generations should be involved in any decision-making processes which directly or indirectly have an impact on their lives. Please allow me to make again the case for social economy organizations here. Social economy actors like mutuals are vital for strengthening democracy. Affiliates are indeed also members of the mutuals and their boards. All generations are thus represented and involved in decision-making processes and empowered to steer the mutual. That governance structure ensures that both young and older generations feel empowered to be part of decision-making as long as they can. They guarantee a fair representation of all age groups. AIM has actually started an action to attract more young people to the mutual movement, and just this week we had a seminar with our Latin American members on the role of youth for the mutuals. And then I come to my last point, ICT. ICT and social media more precisely have a clear potential to help break isolation and increase intergenerational contracts, especially at times when physical meetings are not possible and physical distancing becomes the norm, like during the pandemic that we are living now. Yet for their potential to be fully unleashed, we need to make those technologies accessible to all, which is currently not the case in Europe. There's a digital divide, and we also already heard about that with some areas very poorly connected, areas which are often the ones that would need those technologies the most to break isolation. It is the case, for example, in some remote rural areas, which are aging faster than other regions. In addition, high level of digital literacy are necessary to enable societally barrier-free participation and inclusion of all generations, regardless of their age or their socioeconomic background. And as health insurers, we certainly also focus on health and health digital literacy. I come to my conclusions. The role of mutual institutions and organizations in promoting intergenerational solidarity and tackling ageism is certainly very important. Our members try to create spaces for all generations to meet and to live. We try to tackle stereotypes that are based on age. Our members put the human being in the center of attention across the lifespan. And we promote health and digital literacy to empower all generations. I thank you for your attention.
Najlepša hvala za vaše izkušnje.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. We have come to the end of the list of our speakers, but we still have time for a brief discussion. So, Mr. Ramos, I have a question for you. Have you ever thought about the benefits of intergenerational cooperation from the cost-benefit analysis, that is?
Cost-benefit analiza ekonomska.
The cost-benefit analysis and economic analysis, and today's society is economically oriented, so where's the profit and so on. And the economy researches this and we follow their findings more or less, but for the intergenerational cooperation, solidarity, for the development of empathy, which has been decreasing in the Western world, it is not enough to conduct this cost-benefit analysis only. It needs to be done, it needs to be seriously taken. But research has also shown that companies that invest in better cooperation between the generations, in the training of the younger generations and for their better ties with the older generations, and those that invest in older workers, those over 50 and so on, that this is also profitable in the economic sense. But bringing up children from their birth until they enter the labor market is intergenerational solidarity. Then there's intergenerational solidarity in pension schemes for the life of retired persons and care for the share of population that needs it. But just looking at the cost-benefit analysis, this does not work. So we are developing a holistic anthropological cost-benefit analysis. So what do all generations invest in those that are stronger and can thus provide care to the older people, for example. So this is this anthropological cost-benefit analysis, and it provides the only motivation for a new form of solidarity between generations, as was reflected in the EU document about the new solidarity between generations. This means that those that are weaker, children, those who are frail, and so on, are provided with the support so that they can live and develop. And those that are stronger acquire something that they cannot acquire anywhere else. And this means that they develop their solidarity that enables communication between all the generations without this direct tie between the weaker and the stronger. And the middle healthy generation runs wild, and they end up in the self-sufficient egoism. So this holistic anthropological motivation should be the basis for new intergenerational cooperation. Thank you very much for your reply. So to sum up, we should not look at everything through the lens of money and profit. And now a question for you, Mrs. Petkova. Which policies and which initiatives can specifically promote intergenerational cooperation and solidarity?
So it's really hard to name specific initiatives. And our experience tells us that there is a crucially important element in initiatives, and this is different groups, different communities, different people have different concepts, different feelings. And the most important thing is to support their initiatives, because the more initiatives we have, the better. The more diverse these initiatives are, the more people are they going to touch. There's no one-size-fits-all initiative or concept that brings people together. People, as Kurt Vonnegut has said many years ago in one of his novels, we humans are dancing animals. What we like, what we need is meeting other people, chatting with different people, having different experiences with different people. And the more different are those experiences and initiatives and joint activities, the better it is for everyone. Because it's the variety that really helps us overcome stereotypes, to open our eyes for other people from different generations, different gender, different color, different taste.
Najlepša hvala za tale vaš odgovor.
Thank you very much for this answer. And this concludes our third panel. And we'll continue now with the closing session. Some of the speakers in the closing session that we entitled The Way Forward has been pre-recorded. We will now listen to some of the video recordings and we will have some final speeches live. We've heard a lot about ageism, on ways how to overcome ageism, but of course we are interested in the future, how to direct all the knowledge in a society, future society that will be just and equal for all. This is why the closing session includes Ms. Helena Dalli, European Commissioner for Equality, Ms. Brigitte Bourguignon, the Minister Delegate to the Minister of Solidarity and Health from Paris, Ms. Heidrun Molenkopf, Board Member of BASGO, German National Association of Senior Citizens and former Vice President of Age Platform, and Ms. Jožica Puchar, Vice President of the Slovenian Federation of Pensioner Association, former Minister, and State Secretary Cveto Uršič from the Ministry of Labor, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities from Slovenia. Ms. Helena Dalli sent us her video address. Please, let's see the video.
Dear participants, dear colleagues, building a union of equality means leaving no space for ageism. We need resolute action at all levels to combat age-related stereotyping, prejudice, and discrimination, and to ensure equal rights for all, regardless of age. Since 2000, a directive prohibits discrimination, including on the basis of age in the field of employment. We are monitoring the implementation of these rules as evidenced by the report we published last March. But it is high time we extend the legal protection against discrimination to other areas of life. This is why the Commission is supporting the Council to adopt, with no further delay, the proposal for an Equal Treatment Directive, which applies to social protection, education, and access to and supply of goods and services available to the public. Our response to ageism should also consider new possible sources of exclusion, for instance, resulting from the digital transition, while ensuring that older persons can fully benefit from newly created opportunities. No one should be left behind. As a concrete example, under Horizon Europe, the Commission has funded over 80 projects supporting older people with digital tools. A new partnership on transforming health and care systems will continue to support research and innovation on active and healthy aging. To combat ageism, we need to duly reflect the needs of older persons in policy making. In the Commission, the Task Force on Equality, created under this mandate, ensures that equality considerations, including those related to age, are mainstreamed into EU policies, legislation, and funding programs. Our policies should create the conditions for everyone to live and thrive, regardless of differences based on sex, racial or ethnic origin, religion or belief, disability, age, or sexual orientation. As this conference rightly emphasizes, promoting a life course perspective and intergenerational cooperation are essential for an effective response to ageism. It is crucial to look at the interactions of age with all other aspects of identity, such as gender, sexual orientation, racial or ethnic origin, because this can create and amplify specific challenges. This is why all our Union of Equality strategies promote intersectionality as a horizontal principle. We also know that the prevalence of disabilities increases with age. The disability rights strategy is of particular relevance to address the needs of an aging population. For example, when it comes to ensuring accessibility of products and services and to promoting independent living. The strategy acknowledges the need to pay particular attention to older persons with disabilities, for instance, in the provision of social and health services, and in ensuring safety and protection. Beyond the interaction of these dimensions, the cumulative effects of lifelong experiences of discrimination can have an impact on older persons. The gender pension gap, which is still at 29% in the EU, illustrates this only too well. This gap results substantially from reduced earnings, higher concentration in part-time work, and career gaps linked to women's care responsibilities. To help address the gender pension gap, we act on different fronts. By combating the gender pay gap, for instance, with our proposal for a directive on pay transparency, and by tackling the gender employment gap, for instance, with the upcoming European Care Strategy, which will address childcare and long-term care. This shows how a life course perspective is crucial to understand and address the emergence of inequalities in a comprehensive manner. I am confident that the results of this conference can provide significant insights going forward. I thank you.
I should like to thank the Commissioner. And now we continue. Our next speaker is Ms. Brigitte Bourgnon. Unfortunately, we have to apologize on behalf of the French Minister, Ms. Bourgnon. We have been just informed that they have some technical issues that they need to resolve. So we will continue with the next speaker, Ms. Heidrun Molenkopf. So Ms. Molenkopf, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So as a representative of Age Platform Europe, I would like to start by warmly congratulating the organizers on the success of this conference. In the EU Trio Presidency Declaration of December 2020, Slovenia had formulated the goal of taking greater account of the life course approach to aging, giving it a prominent role in the organized discussions. During today's conference, this goal was achieved in an impressive way. It showed that the full and equal enjoyment of human rights requires investments and cooperation throughout life course. That considering the specific potential and challenges of all generations is imperative. If Building on the commitments made in the Trio Presidency Declaration, in the preceding EU Council conclusions on human rights, participation and well-being of older persons in the era of digitalization, and in the Council conclusions on mainstreaming aging policies, we are now reflecting on the steps necessary on the way forward to achieve the goal of realizing all human rights, all ages, and particular attention must be given to the following aspects. Firstly, continuing age-integrated, rights-based, life course perspective to aging, strengthening social inclusion and mutual solidarity between the generations. For instance, through developing initiatives to promote intergenerational cooperation is one of the most effective strategies to combat ageism. Bearing in mind that ageism is a widely prevalent and often socially accepted attitude that impedes intergenerational solidarity. Therefore, secondly, it is crucial to take further action to address age discrimination, including how ageism intersects with and aggravates other forms of discrimination. To achieve this, we urgently need a European age equality strategy. Thirdly, the COVID-19 pandemic became even more perceptible than before that our laws, policies, and international human rights mechanisms fail to protect older persons against ageism and various human rights violations. The update to the 2012 Analytical Outcomes Study on the normative standards and international human rights law in relation to older persons of the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights recognizes the need for stronger legal frameworks, including efforts to develop proposals for an intergenerational adequate responses, such as a new UN convention, must be developed to close existing gaps. Human rights are inalienable. Their enjoyment must be guaranteed at all ages. We appeal to all EU member states to take these considerations into account in their national and international policies. Finally, we reaffirm the need to actively involve older persons, including through their representative organizations, in all decision-making processes affecting their lives. As civil society, we value the opportunity to engage in the direct dialogue on policy-making on aging, as it became reality during the present EU presidency. We strongly encourage the next presidency to continue this dialogue. We are ready to contribute to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And of course, I wish you all the best. And now we continue with the presentation by Mrs. Jožita Puchar.
Me vidíte? I slyšíte?
We can see you and we can hear you, so you can continue. Welcome to all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our organization that represents all the older persons in Slovenia, I would like to thank the Slovenian presidency for including this topic in the program. This is an example of good cooperation between the state experts and their institutions and NGOs. The gratitude goes to the Ministry of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities, the host of this conference. And thank you also to the co-organizer, H Platform, and its secretariat for assistance. I would like to take this opportunity and congratulate once again the H Platform for its 20th anniversary. Of course, I wish H Platform successful cooperation also in the future. In our federation, bodies and working bodies in addressing the challenges on the topic of this conference. The documents already adopted and their commitments are an important guide and support for our work. You have pointed out some important aspects of our future work. Dear speakers, thank you for that. Your suggestions will definitely find a place in our conclusions. Nevertheless, I would like to highlight some elements that have turned out to be topical also in the environment where I live. We have some current instruments that show us the way forward. The European Commission's Green Paper, which we expect to grow into a binding white paper, and the UN Open-Ended Working Group on Aging, which works on the Convention on the Protection of the Rights of Older People. We suggest that EU countries take a bolder initiative to address the gaps in legislation governing the protection of human rights and a stronger commitment to acquisition of an international legal instrument that will protect the human rights of older persons and significantly limit the proliferation of ageism. Ageism is not limited solely to the older people, therefore spreading awareness of the presence of ageism, its manifestations and consequences is one of the most important tasks in the coming years. The conference has confirmed that the way forward is intergenerational cooperation and solidarity, as this is one of the most important tools in combating ageism, as has been established also by other prominent international organizations that we have consulted. And this, we need to expand and finance programs of international activities, which include the contents of spontaneous interest and joint activities of older and younger people. For example, climate change. The life course approach shows that an early formulation of an attitude to older persons and agings can prevent ageism. So it is formed in the families and in schools and so on. So therefore we need to raise awareness and we need to equip the processes with the necessary knowledge and didactic methods. We need to change the term used for older persons, because those with negative connotations that are today used in public performances and media open the way for stereotypes. Better awareness of the older persons who often even do not recognize that they are discriminated against should be tackled by increasing their knowledge. Education and training processes should be adjusted to their psychophysical abilities. The older persons should not be discriminated against because they don't have the necessary conditions or abilities to use modern tools. So the findings are based on gerontological studies, and we need to train more experts, and also expertise should provide support also with respect to communication skills. We also need more data and more research that is basic and applicative at the European and national levels, that is. Ladies and gentlemen, the already adopted commitments and messages of this conference, it is evident that also countries must formulate inclusive policies based on human rights for all that will connect people of different ages and will not give rise to confrontation. An agreement between generations should serve as the basis and should also include legislative and program activities. Thank you for your attention.
Najlepša hvala.
Thank you very much, Ms. Puchar, for your kind concluding remarks. And to wrap up our event, we have with us State Secretary Cveto Uršič. His final remarks will be the closure of this conference. And before giving him the floor, I would like to thank everybody for your participation, for all your ideas, knowledge, and experience that was shared today. Thank you also on behalf of a more tolerant future society, friendly for all. Thank you again. My name was Katarina Branisel, and I was happy to be with you as a moderator. Mr. Cveto Uršič, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that so many of you joined us for this online conference. More than 600 participants from 60 countries. This shows that today's topic of the conference, combating ageism, is a very topical issue that needs to be placed high on the political agenda at all levels. The aging of population is one of the key challenges of the modern society, along with climate change and technological innovation. Ageism importantly affects everyday life of every individual, as well as the economy and society as a whole. In the past decades, we've had numerous activities, efforts, and also some achievements in responding to the aging of population and creating a society friendly to all generations. We can be satisfied with the work we've done, but in terms of responding to the aging population, our efforts should never stop, because this is an area that opens up new and new challenges and new findings. Ageism is one such example. We've known it for a long time, but we've only become aware of its negative consequences for individuals and the society only in the past years. We've had a very fruitful day today. We've learned a lot about ageism. We've heard about its long-term negative effects on human health, well-being, and the enjoyment of human rights. We've stressed also the link between the COVID-19 pandemic and the human rights approach. We've presented two ways of overcoming ageism. That is, the promotion of life course approach to aging and enhancing intergenerational cooperation. Undoubtedly, one of the key messages of today's conference is that human capital needs investment from birth on. Only by being aware that a person becomes and starts aging when he is born, we will be able to overcome this narrow understanding of old age. And we will be able to overcome the stereotype of ageism, of what we understand behind the concept of ageism. I'm convinced that today's conference will contribute importantly to the awareness raising of the expert and lay public on ageism. We've also shown some pathways forward. The conference also reaffirmed that this topic needs to be addressed also in terms of human rights. On the basis of today's discussion, We will present the conclusions of the conference in the following days, and the presidency will forward the conclusions to the ministers during the December meeting of the Employment, Social Policy, Health and Consumer Protection Council. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference wouldn't be possible if there wasn't for a very exemplary and close cooperation between our presidency and the Age Platform Europe and the Slovenian Federation of Pensioners Association. Let me seize this opportunity to thank both organizations again for their excellent cooperation and for all the efforts. And again, I would like to thank our trio partners, Germany and Portugal, because I think we've done an important job in ensuring the full enjoyment of human rights of older persons, of mainstreaming ageism in all public policies and encouraging life course approach to aging. The current presidency trio would very much like to see our work being continued also by the coming presidency trio. I would also like to thank all our speakers and panelists that shared their views, knowledge, and proposals today. I think that by mutual understanding and cooperation, we will be able to form concrete proposals to improve policies in creating inclusive and all generations friendly societies. In the end, allow me to allow all our team, members of the team from the ministry, for all your work in the preparation of this event and in implementing this event. And I would also like to thank the moderator of this event, Ms. Katarina Branisel. Thank you very much for moderating this conference. Again, a big thank you to all, and I wish you all a nice afternoon and evening. Thank you.
Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Madame la Commissaire européenne, chère Helena Dalli, chers collègues, je tiens tout d'abord à remercier la présidence slovène pour l'organisation de cette conférence, dans ces conditions si particulières, sur un sujet de la plus haute importance et d'une actualité brûlante, l'action en faveur des droits des personnes âgées et la lutte contre l'agisme. Les Européens vivent de plus en plus longtemps et nous devons nous saisir des enjeux de l'allongement de la durée de vie afin de profiter des opportunités que cela nous offre. Le vieillissement nous concerne tous, nous devons promouvoir l'égalité et faire se rencontrer les générations dans un esprit de transmission et de partage. Cet esprit incite autant à valoriser les richesses propres à chaque âge de la vie qu'à reconnaître la place fondamentale que tiennent les personnes âgées dans notre vie. La France a accueilli avec un grand intérêt le rapport mondial sur l'agisme qu'a publié l'OMS en février 2021. L'agisme continue de prendre de l'ampleur à l'échelle mondiale et nuit à la qualité de vie des personnes âgées, à leur inclusion et à leur participation à la société. L'agisme fait barrière à la solidarité intergénérationnelle et à la cohésion sociale. Le président de la République, M. Emmanuel Macron, a rappelé en juillet 2021 l'importance d'un pacte français entre les générations qu'il nous faut bâtir activement par l'accompagnement de la jeunesse et la prise en charge des aînés. Cet engagement se traduit par différentes initiatives portées par le gouvernement. J'ai ainsi lancé en décembre 2020 la consultation citoyenne sur comment améliorer la place des personnes âgées dans nos sociétés pour inviter nos concitoyens à partager leur vision des liens intergénérationnels et de l'action envers les plus âgés. Inauguré en février dernier, le comité stratégique de lutte contre l'isolement des personnes âgées réunit les parties prenantes, institutions, associations, citoyens, afin de développer une culture commune de la lutte contre l'isolement. Il vise aussi à bâtir des solutions en faveur notamment d'une plus grande solidarité intergénérationnelle. Celle-ci est encouragée par l'affectation, dès cette année, de 10 000 jeunes volontaires supplémentaires dans le cadre du service civique à des missions en lien avec le grand âge. Ces actions doivent contribuer à intéresser l'ensemble des citoyens au sujet du vieillissement et à inciter à un changement de regard sur la vieillesse. Nous devons collectivement poursuivre notre engagement à promouvoir le droit des personnes âgées en Europe. Je tiens à remercier une fois encore la présidence slovène et ses partenaires du trio, l'Allemagne et le Portugal, pour leur engagement à placer le sujet du vieillissement sur le devant de la scène européenne. La France s'engage à prendre le relais. L'autonomie et le bien-être des personnes âgées constitueront l'un des axes de travail de la future présidence française de l'Union européenne. Je vous convie donc à poursuivre ensemble notre réflexion pour bâtir une Europe des générations solidaires, plus inclusive pour nos aînés. Je vous remercie.